Così uli die sombranza maak. Et zu te saluda antes di niga. Radzaudz en malak estrezas durante todo em memu. A nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, gilo tanu man libri, sentami ti. Man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga
soku Kini ni mastakalu Corazon Then he must be good Nani nasinyahu Fresin maisatu Arabaputehi Then defendi Hinengi Cultura Lenguaje Airi Hano Zanitano Tamoru yes Zanitano Tamoru yes Ire Shaku La 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 It's the who What been mad Ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah Mastakilu, Hinasoku, Kinini Mastakalu, Ikurason, then he must be good, Nani Nasinyahu, Fresin Maisatu, Arabaputehi, then defendi, Hinengi, Cultura, Lenguaje. Tamoru, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes. The Ire Shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what been my ihilo. Zani Biblia, Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yeah.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Morning, Guam! Business Friday! Whoa! Yelling! Being loud! Yeah! The Link! Sabrina! Jason! Joser! What's up, guys?
A whole bunch of commenters telling us don't make noise on Friday during Lent.
Fishy Friday. Oh, the
Yeah.
Fishy Friday, guys. Wow, lucky I didn't get that empanada. Good morning, Sabrina.
I'll tell you what.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. We have a friend in comments, member of the Link family. Kim Schmidt is saying, Good morning from Wisconsin. And I think Wisconsin actually heard you with that greeting.
Wow. Good
They
morning,
carried that
Wisconsin. Good
Good
morning.
morning to Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin. That's how you,
Are you a Scotty?
right
You know,
on.
I believe that's what they say. If you're really hardcore from Wisconsin, you're a Scotty.
Scotty. It's not. Is it snowing in Wisconsin? Is it winter?
Yeah, I've known some people from Wisconsin. I know some friends in that went to Marquette. There's a lot of Guamanians that go to Marquette. I've got a friend in Monroe. Good people.
Right on. And thank you, good
Good
people,
football team.
for joining us here. KUAM TV viewers, good morning. Good. Right, morning. 6:16. Thank you for waking up, drinking your coffee with us. Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. I'm not gonna drink hand sanitizer, but
Na.
Okay,
Mila, given cafe.
and we're all about transparency here on the show. and I
Yep,
just- I
we
just
don't
wanna-
know it's the transparency, but we're totally transparent.
Producing a 4-hour show is typically not an easy thing to do, and I want to show you guys our rundown. Basically, most of this came together in the last hour.
Thanks, Jay.
Look at that. That's all the stuff we have for you guys today. Lots of guests, lots of interviews, and lots of cool segments.
You ever have that morning where your coffee just tastes good?
Good as in what?
Good,
Better,
just
better than
tastes
normal?
good.
Wait,
Yep.
who made the coffee this morning? You three are the coffee. I'm not a coffee person.
I know. Well, Joe's on the. Are you on the Copico? No, what are you on? Nescafe? He's on Nescafe. Sabrina is drinking the 76 Circle K whole bean. And I'm drinking a blend of home instant espresso and gas station coffee. Okay, sorry. Guys, it's the link at 6:17. It's Friday, March 12th. Biba Mes tomorrow.
Biba!
The show's proudly brought to you by East West Rental. Good morning, East West Rental. Thank you, guys. Also, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E Carrier. For all my aircon babies, this is like it's like aircon outside already. Right, Joe, sir? It's cold out there? Yeah, it is. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So why did the sun come up so early yesterday and not really today? By the way, we're getting reports that it's raining down in Irahan.
It's raining hard in Epan on my way in. It was very rain.
Yeah.
Good morning, Sean Gumatata from Talafolfu, God's country. He writes in, great shows this week on the link. Enjoying my coffee too. Have a great show, KUAM family. Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
wait. I do have a question about coffee culture, right?
Right.
Because
it's not coffee culture. It's just coffee. We just drink it because it's good in the morning. It's not a culture.
No, but there's so many different ways to drink coffee, and I mean, I know like 7-year-olds who coffee is part of their daily routine now. Does anybody drink like straight up black coffee anymore?
Yeah, I do sometimes.
Do you?
Yep.
I do sometimes.
Really?
Yep.
Like no creamer, no sugar, no anything, just
Yeah,
You know,
that's
years ago.
usually when it's black, that's what
Yeah,
you do.
yeah, just black. Straight up. Joe Sir drinks it black. I used to drink it black when I worked on the golf course many years ago. We'd have to wake up at like early and be at work by like 5:30. So I worked on golf courses here and in the American States, and it's cold at 4 a.m. in the States, so you just want your coffee to punch you in the face.
Yeah, I used to drink black all the time when I used to work the overnight shift in news in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Does it have any more kick when it's like straight black? Because my uncle Vic, right? God rest his soul, he left us a while ago. But my uncle Vic used to drink. He would go to my nana's house and make coffee and drink his coffee like straight black, but he'd put it in like a big jar. You ever have that uncle that like
Yeah.
does that?
Uh-huh.
A big jar, and I mean it was like 40 ounces of coffee would last him like all day. But like he never used any sugar, he never used any creamer.
You know why with that generation, like my grandparents, our grandparents,
Yeah.
coffee at a time was like impossible to come by.
Yeah,
So
it was a premium product itself.
yeah, well, because of the war and everything.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like my grandpa especially would really enjoy his morning coffee. And I know you guys are too on KUAM TV. You probably got your biscucho out. You probably got about 2 inches of butter on that sucker, dipping that in there. You know what I mean? Noticing Sabrina's, what kind of mask is that, Bree?
Louisville Gomez.
No, and you know what blows
It's
me away?
LV. Larry
Is the
Villalobos.
kids these days, right? The kids can be like, I mean, you see people like when they're in line like at Starbucks,
Yeah.
I mean, they rattle off. I mean, we were talking about like our dear friend, like Daphne Shimizu at Rev Tech. She got so much information yesterday in like a 12-minute interview because she had to go because she had a 7 a.m. But these kids these days, they'll be doing their makeup like in the car when they're in line at the drive-thru. And like, yeah, can I get a triple shot espresso and a half cap decaf with almond milk?
Yeah.
I was like,
Matcha.
dude, they're just rattling off stuff at like 200 miles per hour like it's nothing. And I was like, wow, man.
Yeah, John Bucat from Inalahan writes, Jason, my grandpa would drink from his mayonnaise jar.
Yeah, that John, thank you. That's what
My
Uncle
grandma
Jim did,
would,
yeah.
would drink out of like the can, you know, the old tin can, right, sir? You'd have,
Yeah.
Was it the J&B can?
No, it was like
big-
would silver. They would take the label off. And
Yeah,
take
yeah,
the
yeah.
can.
Okay, yeah. We're talking about the same thing. Remember C&H pure cane sugar?
And we had a stainless steel pitcher that they would fill with water and put in the fridge.
What did you guys have the rice machine, the rice dispensing machine?
No, we had a trash can. We had the old, you know, the one that Oscar the Grinch is in Sesame Street.
Oscar the Grouch?
The Grouch. Sorry, we had a trash can, but it was clean. You know, it wasn't a trash can, and that's where we'd put the rice in.
The big aluminum one, right?
So anytime someone was making rice, you would hear the big doo of the metal trash can, and then you hear that shh. That's a sound, right? That's ASMR right there. That shh, and then the rice going into the rice pot.
I'm going to make coffee now. I'm blending the beans. I'm adding the water.
Good morning.
Hey, nice comment right here from Brandon Tidegui. Good morning, KUAM crew, in all caps, by the way. Thank you for what you guys do, keeping it real. And then gives
Amen.
us like a prayer emoji.
Amen,
Thank you,
Brandon.
man. That means so much. 'Cause
It does.
We're just trying to be ourselves.
Shouting out
Sink
to
or swim.
GPA Guam Power. Everybody working hard. They're not gambling online and on the clock. Thank you guys. Especially to the CSR squad over there at GPA, taking care of the people of Guam,
Yes.
one power at a time.
Yeah.
622.
So black coffee still is a thing.
Yes.
Okay.
John Bucat also writes, I drink black 30 weight sometimes.
Oh, he goes iced tea from the can is the best growing up.
Chris Agagi, the port, good morning. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear, great energy on the link. Thank you. Sherry Santos Orton, good morning from Doucet Quarantine.
Oh, good morning. Stay safe.
Wow, Sherry, if you want to come on and share your quarantine experience, because we hear it's getting rave reviews, DM us your contact info.
Yeah, we'll definitely give you the Zoom link.
And maybe Jason can throw you the Zoom link.
Yeah, absolutely. You're more than welcome if you want to come hang out with us.
Aaron Redoble, raining in Dedido. Baby making weather, BMW.
Oy. Well,
Good morning, great people of Guam.
all right. It's also our link fam is also saying Christy St. Nicholas goes. It's also raining here in the state of Ohio.
Wow.
And then Mama Bear saying it's also raining in Kentucky. I mean,
We have Chamorros in Ohio, guys. It's cool to go there.
Yep.
Yeah, so good morning, Christy. Brandon, coffee and biscuit was breakfast some mornings of my grandpa when I was younger. You know, the mornings I would love is when we would go and my grandma would make like empanada and donuts, and we'd go all around like PD selling it. And it was always nice to wake up early, especially if you woke up before the ice water hit your face.
Yeah.
Because my grandma would do that. They would pour ice water on the face. My kids think it's a myth because I always be like, if you don't wake up, I'm going to pour ice water in your face. They're like, yeah, okay, whatever. Pop, whatever. But they would actually do that back then. And I would remember waking up and you smell like the donuts frying or the empanada frying. Man, that is just the best.
You know, when I was talking with the really really good folks at Saskatoon Chamorro, which by the way, it's reopened now, so please make sure to go out there this weekend. Really really fun time. I was asking them and I said,
God, can you imagine if in addition to Chamorro chip cookies, we also brought that lady like fresh fried empanada?
ooh.
Huh? Ooh, boy. She'd be all about Guam. She'd be trying to be our congresswoman.
But remember how when I was talking to the Saskatoon Chamorro team?
Yeah, I remember that. That was a great interview.
I was saying, thank you. That was super fun. I was like, can you guys please describe to anyone who's never had it the Antigua style, old school Chamorro massage?
Right.
Have you guys ever had that one where basically you can be like, oh, Nana, Nino, whatever like that. You know, ask somebody who's really skilled in it. My neck's stiff, my shoulders hurting. You know, like I kind of like I threw out my back when I was moving furniture or whatever like that. And they're like, all right, just lie here. They find that one nerve, and then they are
It's
relentless.
it's like Spock.
Yeah.
They do that.
But yeah.
Oh.
But who gave you the old school Chamorro massage? For
Dude,
me,
I was young. I didn't need the old school Chamorro massage.
Really?
Yeah, because I was young, dude. When I was young, they were, you know, I saw people getting it, but
No, my Nina would give me that. She's like, "Oh, come here. Like this will make you, like basically preventive maintenance."
Right,
Bree,
I
did you give or receive the Chamorro massage?
Neither.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, really, Jay. I guess you're alone in that.
Wow. So I don't drink coffee, and I was fortunate to get like Chamorro massage. Man,
Good for you. See, you know how blessed you are now.
I am figuratively and literally on an island.
Lillian Cruz writes in, overcast in the Bay Area, Santa Clara, home of the Niners.
Yep.
And
Santa
yes,
Clara?
She's
She,
also talking about getting massage. She says Hungan with coconut oil,
Oh yeah,
Chamorro hands.
yeah.
At 6:26, here's who's coming up on the show this morning.
In our jam-packed rundown.
Yeah, we're getting Jack Hattig of the Chamorro Land Trust. He's the administrator. Senator Joanne Brown had put out a release, I think it was late yesterday afternoon, Sabrina, that we'll be talking about this morning. Also, we're getting Public Health, Annette Uggan, and I think we're getting Janella of Public Health as well.
Yeah, it's going to be good to talk to Annette. We haven't
I
talked
miss
to her
her,
in a
yeah,
while.
I miss her. We're also getting Archbishop Michael Burns, guys. This is a
Oh.
release that came out about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
If you are super excited about getting the Johnson & Johnson vaccine,
And if you're super Catholic, you better
Yeah.
super think about what the Archbishop said. So we reached out to him late yesterday afternoon, and he's going to come on this morning. As the Catholic Church says, if you are a Catholic and you have a choice, do not take the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
because was it created with
There's something about
harvested stem cells, was it?
It was produced with cells from aborted
Fetuses.
babies.
Aborted fetuses, yeah.
Yeah.
And so they were saying there's a moral implication there that,
Yeah.
that does not
So
gel
it's
with
not
Catholic
morally
beliefs.
accepted. So as opposed to the Moderna and Pfizer.
yeah.
So there was a remote connection.
And
is
of
what
course,
they're saying.
the marketing push behind the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is, hey, you only have to get it once,
That's right.
and then you're good. So, but now the church is saying, okay, well, like it's probably a no-no because of,
It's
And we
probably a
actually
no-no.
asked, remember when we asked Dr. Cabrera about this?
Yeah.
Right, last week Friday, because we just got it. And
Yeah. Yeah,
And
we
he-
asked him
he
this
didn't-
before. We asked him about all the Dr. Shea stuff.
Right.
Yeah. And so
Well,
what did
we
he say?
He wasn't aware, right? And he was saying maybe it's something about the testing, that it was using the testing, but he wasn't sure about the actual
Yeah.
use in the production.
Well, the Archbishop is sure about their release that came out, so he's coming on to talk about that. Also, Sergeant Paul Tapau of the Guam Police Department. There's always a lot going on with GPD, as they announced, was it like late last week, Sabrina, that they reopened this investigation into the Jeep crash over there at Jerry's Kitchen.
Right. When I spoke with the the chief, he said that at the time that they were tasking Highway Patrol to look into and conduct more interviews and look at the surveillance video to determine whether or not they were going to reopen the investigation
Yeah.
into Jerry's Kitchen.
And
The
so there,
crash.
there was a video that was going around, and
Right.
it was pretty crazy looking. And when you look at the video, you're kind of like, okay, it kind of seems like there was more than meets the eye that went on with this accident. But we also had another accident yesterday that paled in comparison in terms of the damage, as there was one life lost. And Sabrina was on, that was yesterday.
2
The
days.
day, 2 days ago.
before? Yeah.
Right, Sabrina was on the scene for that one. So we'll try and ask Sergeant Tapau for a follow-up on that. Also getting Senator Tello Taitagui in to catch up with her at 9:30 or so. We're getting the Humanities of Guahan. They're doing something this weekend that we'll talk about with Kimberly Kaleng and some of the artists that are going to be coming on. It's 6:30. We're going to do news in just a sec. But, people were talking about this interview that we had with the governor yesterday on the link, where she just really provided a lot of information and inclinations about what they're going to be doing with this $661 million federal aid package. Well, what they're doing, what they're going to be doing, and what they're not going to be doing. So it was definitely interesting interview.
Yeah, if you have an opportunity, It's on our YouTube channel. You
Mhm.
can find it and take a look at it and decide for yourself. What did Senator Moylan say was that informational briefing?
Yeah, it was an informational briefing. But we said it was the real state of the island address. As it was. I mean, she came in, we asked her a bunch of, questions, and well, she stood in and answered them. And threw a little eye roll at the end there, which, I'm sorry, guys, I know I'm overthinking
And
it.
what was the governor saying when she was like, I think they would prefer the Rischetti and the Guzzeria.
She was saying Madeline prefers the Rischetti.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And then she
Opposed to the
also
small chip cookie.
really went to bat for former Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo. As Senator Moylan has this bill that would just delete the Washington liaison office. And so we actually had Congresswoman Berdallo on. It was last week, definitely, right?
Yeah, that
I think it was
that a week
Friday
ago
also.
today.
Yeah, and a man, TBH, to be honest, guys, like the only thing I remember from the interview was that she said she hosts tea parties.
She did not say tea party.
She said something like tea free. Come on. What did she say? Was it tea parties or what was it? It was something like, it was tea parties. It was something like tea parties.
Wait, did she say?
Maybe they're serving King Car.
Did she say tea parties?
They're
Or
serving
they were-
Shamar chip cookies and King Car.
Or was it a Guam congresswoman's tea? Like when you say that, because remember,
No, there was something like she was
Yeah.
like, yeah, we have a little gathering.
because I remember again when the world was normal. Remember whoever the sitting first lady was up at Government
I
House.
got to go back and watch the tape.
Yeah, every year at Government House, whoever the sitting first lady was, they would host like the first lady's tea. And remember, we would take like
Oh yeah.
field trips to there, and you would
Right.
get to go around, and they have like these art exhibits, and then you get to try like different.
They should start that up with the first gentleman, but have like a whiskey hour or something. Yeah, so anyway, Congresswoman Verdallo said something like she does like something about tea or crumpets or chesa, but then Governor Lou was like bragging about Madeline Verdallo and saying, oh man, when we go to the Pentagon, boy, they all know. They're like, hey, Madeline, hey, Badazzo, hey. And
Because
she was,
she's served so many years.
Right,
She
she
was
served-
on the House Armed Services Committee.
uh-huh.
At the time
they
that
all
she
do know her.
was not reelected when Michael St. Nicholas usurped her. She was what, an 8-term incumbent,
Right.
I believe. Yeah.
But then the governor said that Madeline likes to take around Roschetti and Guzzeria.
hmm
And then we had said, oh, what about Shamar chip cookies? And then the governor was kind of like, oh, yeah, no, she prefers the Roschetti.
Can you
Right.
imagine what her fellow
We should do that, though. Instead of this cookie diplomacy, let's start giving out Roschetti to these congressional leaders. And then we'll say, okay, eat 3. And then when they start choking, we'll hold that drink. Like, okay, are you going to do stuff for Guam or what? You can do stuff for Guam. I'll let you have a sip of this drink.
No, I'm thinking, can you imagine what the other delegates do? And she's like, oh, here, we would like to offer you some of these authentic Chamorro cookies. They're called Guzzeria. Please have some on behalf of the territory of Guam. And then they'd be like, oh, okay, thank you. You know, that's a damn fine jawbreaker.
Yeah, it's a Chamoran jawbreaker.
No, and I can just imagine they're like, oh, thank you. And they bite down into it, not realizing that, if you do Guzzeria correctly, it's as hard as a rock.
People are going in on Johnson & Johnson. Is nothing sacred anymore? Johnson & Johnson, Mama Bear writes, they also have a lawsuit against them for their powder causing ovarian cancer. They have to pay out settlements to people that have filed against them. Amy, of course, Johnson & Johnson, yes, is the brand that created the baby shampoo.
Yep.
Who has not rubbed Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo? Does that have aborted fetuses in it too?
Which one?
The baby shampoo.
Oh,
That would be, I would just be flipped out if that was, that. It doesn't, right? I'm going to ask the Archbishop this morning. I want a list of everything that has any connection with aborted baby fetuses because I just don't want to.
You know what would be an interesting marketing tie into this, since you mentioned Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo? So if we can't take the Johnson & Johnson virus, or the vaccine, would there be no more tears?
All right. On that note, I don't know where to go
No,
from
'cause
there.
remember that was the
I
thing
know
with
that was
Johnson
their
& Johnson
thing,
baby
yeah.
shit. And that's why everybody had to use it, because like, okay, if it runs down your baby's face, your baby's not going to get stung in the eye.
At 6:35, again, this is the link. It's Friday. Good
Hey,
morning, Glenn Lujan.
Yeah, thank you again, Glenn, for your time and that wonderful interview yesterday. I mean, it got so many positive reviews. The emojis were like going crazy when you were just telling everybody about how we can now properly, pay our respects and condolences to the family of Dorothea Jesus.
Right. Again, 6:35. Let's go ahead and jump into the news now. with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, and Viva Betness to the one and only Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. President Biden has signed the American Rescue Plan Act into law. The bill was narrowly approved by the House yesterday with a vote of 220 to 211, with one Democrat joining all Republicans voting against it. One of the key provisions for Guam is a $661 million direct appropriation to Governor Lulian Guerrero. She has complete discretionary authority over the money, and inquiring minds of the legislature want to know exactly how she plans to spend it. Nestor Lecanto reports.
To add some context, that $661 million is equal to about 70% of projected fiscal year 2022 general fund revenues, a huge windfall that the governor seemingly downplayed in an interview on KUAM's The Link.
It is really a bridge till we get ourselves back on our feet, because this is not a sustainable way to run our government.
The governor says while some of the money will go toward kickstarting tourism and economic diversification, such as aquaculture, much of it will also be needed to cover government operations.
What that means is that an agency who hasn't been fully funded because of the revenue shortfall, they need to let me know how much is that, so we can help provide that funding source so they can deliver a complete and comprehensive service to our people.
The governor says they're working off a spending template similar to the one used for the CARES Act, but the governor's CARES Act direct appropriation of $118 million is less than 20% of what she'll be getting from the American Rescue Plan. It's no wonder then that as budget hearings draw near, most in the legislature are anxious to know more.
I already told the senators, the speaker, and other senators that once we finish with the details, we will give it to them. Once we prioritize what we're going to do, we'll give it to them. I don't understand this whole thing about not being transparent. I guess it's a default argument for the Republicans.
In fact, one of the most persistent senators seeking details has been Minority Leader James Moylan.
I told Jim this. I said, Jim, pick up the phone and call me if you have any questions.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The governor also announced on The Link yesterday that she is targeting to set aside at least $300 million of that $661 to build a new hospital. As reported, she is eyeing federal excess land at Eagles Field in Mangilao as the site of the new facility. Additionally, the governor plans to give GVB $20 million to rebuild the tourism industry. President Biden is scheduled to address the nation beginning at 11 a.m. Guam time. You can watch it live on KUAM TV 8 and or KUAM at TV 11. The island's Catholic faithful Archbishop Michael Burns says if you have the ability to choose, don't go with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The moral acceptability of the vaccine was the focus of a pastoral message released by the Archdiocese on Wednesday. At issue is the use of abortion-derived cell lines in the development, test, and production of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The Catholic Church has determined that the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines are morally acceptable because fetal tissue from aborted babies were not used in their production. However, they did find a remote connection in that it was used in testing. The Archbishop, who has been vaccinated, is urging government and medical officials to continue to provide morally acceptable vaccines such as Pfizer and Moderna to our community because of the large population of Catholics in Guam. A shipment of 1,300 doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine arrived on Guam this week. The VAPPC has prioritized those single-dose shots to be administered to the island's homeless population, homebound, and registered participants of the Adult Daycare and Senior Citizen Center programs, or MNUMCO. KUAM has reached out to the governor's office as to whether they will be given a choice. Meanwhile, frontliners in the fight to get Guam's economy back up and running are asked to participate in a survey being conducted by GVB and GHRA, as efforts are underway to get them to join the vaccination.
The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association and the Guam Visitors Bureau are conducting a census of all business sectors within the tourism industry as it prepares for the reopening of tourism. While GVB is collecting data for airlines, retail, transportation, optional tours, and other ancillary services, GHRA President Mary Rhodes says her group is gathering data from hotels, restaurants, bars, and taverns.
Right now, we're just looking at total numbers. And then once public health has decided on the prioritization of which business sectors will be prioritized to get the first sets of vaccines, then we'll work with you on scheduling those appointments for all of your employees. And we are hoping that we're going to have a lot of on-site vaccine clinics at the site themselves, whether it's a hotel or a chosen place like the UOG Fieldhouse.
GHRA is asking members and non-members to complete a survey on their website at ghra.org in the advocacy section. The deadline to fill it out is Friday, March 12th. Rhodes stresses this effort is not just about the reopening of tourism, though.
Really, because they've remained open during this pandemic, especially hotels. And, we service a lot of local residents, especially now that restaurants are open, but also our military guests and their families. So we really want to make sure that we protect our employees and also protect the community.
GHRA, in the meantime, will be hosting a series of virtual meetings to provide more information about the vaccination clinics for the tourism industry, as well as important updates on financial assistance opportunities for businesses. The virtual meetings are scheduled for 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Thursday, March 18th. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 368 test samples taken Wednesday, 2 came back positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 1 reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. This brings the total number of officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of last year to 7,758. There have been 133 deaths, 24 cases are still active, and there have been more than 6,100 recoveries. The COVID hospital census, there's only 1 person hospitalized. The CAR score remains at 0.1. As for vaccination numbers, a total of 58,550 doses have been administered. 33,351 people have received their first dose, while 25,199 people are fully vaccinated. The JIC, in the meantime, also announced that an FSM COVID-19 vaccination outreach will be held today from 2 p.m. to 5 o'clock at GRMC. The vaccination clinic will prioritize those who receive their first dose of Pfizer at GRMC on February 19th and are due for their second dose. You're asked to bring a photo ID and your COVID-19 immunization card. And major headlines out of the CNMI: luck is running out for the Imperial Pacific International Holdings Casino in Saipan. A federal judge has given its chairman and CEO until this afternoon to pay up more than $2 million from a judgment issued 2 years ago in the CNMI District Court. Here's Adriana Cotero with the story.
CNMI District Court Chief Judge Ramona Manglotna is not playing and found IPI in contempt for failing to comply with the 2019 court order to pay up for violating the Fair Labor Standards Act. At the time, an investigation by U.S. Department of Labor found that IPI was not paying minimum wage and overtime rates to construction contractor employees and not maintaining accurate records. As a result, Judge Manglotna ordered IPI to pay millions in back wages and penalties. By December 2020, the feds filed for IPI to be held in contempt for failing to comply with the conditions of the 2019 judgment. Additionally, U.S. DOL barred the company from participating in the H-2B program for 5 years. Fast forward to this year, the Saipan Casino continues noncompliance, and as a result, Judge Manglotna is giving Chinese billionaire and IPI chairperson and executive director Su Li Chia until 1:30 tomorrow to pay $1.1 million in back wages under the 2019 consent judgment. $800,000 must be deposited into an escrow account to secure future payment of wages of IPI employees going forward, and for IPI to pay back wages to former workers employed after the 2019 judgment was entered. If the company fails to make payment, the company will go into receivership. Attorney Joyce Tang with the Civil and Tang law firm has been named as the federal equity receiver. She will have the power to possess and liquidate the company's assets. Attorney Tang will receive a compensation of $350 per hour from the defendants. The contempt order isn't the Saipan Casino's only debt. Court documents state a notice of tax lien by the CNMI Department of Defense indicates the company owes about $10 million in taxes.
Thanks, Adriana. And finally, the U.S. Department of the Interior's Office of Insular Affairs announces $4 million in capital improvement project grant funding. Specifically, Guam EPA will receive $3 million to fund the architectural and engineering design as well as site improvements for a new Guam Environmental Protection Agency multi-purpose center in Tidzin. The proposed building will be LEED certified and will also serve as an emergency operations center. And $1 million will be given to the Guam Department of Education to be used toward ongoing deferred maintenance needs throughout Guam's public schools and inventory and work order system to optimize asset utilization and reduce operational costs across Guam's schools. And before we head into the break, we got a special shout out. Jason?
We've actually got a couple. So, hold on, Jay. Yes. For everything is beautiful when it is your birthday.
Hold on, buddy.
Yeah, it's called a stretch, right? Okay, so we got a couple birthday shout-outs. If it is your birthday or someone you know and love, let us know. We are happy to make your day brighter. First of all, Paulino Res, he goes, today's my birthday. Please shout out my name to all my pars and my boss. So Paulino Res, happy birthday to you. And we also have a extra special shout out because turning today, Mr. Joser is going to bring that up. Turning, Chris, it is a 90th birthday, I do believe, correct? Let's, it is, let me find out that. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
All right.
Blessed birthday number 90 to Faye Flores Rivera, who celebrates a birthday today. So, Faye, your family and friends, which includes us here on the link, Biba Cumpleaños. We hope you have a wonderful birthday. Please stay safe, and we hope you have a great birthday. And for you, and for Paulino Rest.
Let's
Ready,
go.
guys?
Wait, we got one more here. Glenn Lujan writes an happy birthday to Sister Doris Lujan Balahadia. Okay, so here we go.
Sister Doris, happy birthday.
So here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Faye Flores Rivera.
And Paulino Reyes and Sister Doris.
Lujan Balahadia. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you, Faye Flores Rivera, Doris, Lujan Balahadia,
and Paulino Reyes, and everyone else whose birthday is today.
Happy birthday to you.
The Culture
Happy
Club,
birthday!
highlighting the new faces of artisans, activists, caretakers.
Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Juan.
It's not like we want to rush back from commercial break.
Yeah.
But there was a gorgeous rainbow. Actually, it was the rarefied double rainbow.
Right, and then it would also, you could see it end to end.
Yeah.
Did you get a pic, Joe, or no?
So
you got a
Joser
pic.
was going to do the outside Joser
Yeah, so
cam.
we're going to send him out, but the thing about rainbows is here today, they could be just gone so fast, so you got to appreciate it, guys.
But
There's
you
metaphors
got a
in there
shot on your personal
somewhere.
phone, right, Joe? Well, there. Okay, this is
Right on.
This is not the Joser cam. This is the Joser house phone.
Right.
Nice. Have you ever tried to find the end of the rainbow? Tried to like do that? Have you ever rainbow chased? Like, you know, when you're driving around, it's like, wow, that looks cool. And then I've done that a bunch of times.
It's impossible to
I
catch
know.
it, right? There you go. Thank you, Joe. Beautiful. 6:53. Let's go do this Mes Chamorro Masterclass with Hilan San Nicolas. This guy is awesome on the jewelry. There's an Instagram that I follow. I didn't know it was him, but it's called Manhalam. And they just show all these different Chamorro jewelries. I just love the Chamorro bling. You know what I mean? If I had my way, we don't need any gold, diamonds. I know the guys feel me out there. They're like, yes, no gold, no diamonds, bro. Spongulus is cheaper.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend, but spongulus is the stuff.
Right. So we're going to play this here. Our Ken San Nicolas was able to do this segment, and there's a bunch of them, right, Jay?
Yeah. So throughout Mes Chamorro, throughout the month of March, Ken has got, and this is actually the second installment. Of course, last week our master class was with Sina
Bernice, you made hibiscus tea.
Yeah, which everybody should go out there and try.
Right.
And then, of course, this week is Hilaan is going to show you how to make amazing art and jewelry with the spongulus.
There you go. So we'll go ahead and do this. It's Mes Chamorro Masterclass, brought to you by Punta Dos Montes.
Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series is brought to you by Punta Dos Amantes.
Buenas and Hoffer Day, everybody. My name is Hila Anson Nicholas. I am a Chamorro jewelry carver. Welcome to KUAM's Masterclass Series. Today I'll be showing you guys how to carve a simple spondyless money bead necklace. I'm a Chamorro jewelry carver. I started the year that FestPac came to Guam, which is 2016, so going on just about 5 years now. In front of me I have some raw spondyless pieces, all picked from the Marianas. And here I have a really heavy red spondyless piece. The significance of the spondyless money in our culture goes back over 1,000 years to the Lati period of ancient Chamorro history. It was mainly used by the women in ancient society and was used as a symbol of high social status, and was used also as a form of currency to trade between clans and maintain those interfamilial relations between different peoples from different places who had access to different resources. So let's say if my village was by the sea and your village was by the mountain, I could trade you spondyless for something that is only available in the mountains, or you could trade me something, or vice versa. You know, we know what we know about spondyless jewelry from a lot of the archaeological digs that have happened over the development of Guam. So we know that they were mainly worn by women because they were found primarily on the graves and burials of women. Men typically wore something more that consisted more of cone shell jewelry and clamshell jewelry. And a little known fact about the Sanahi is that since it was never found in an archaeological dig adorning any remains of any people, we don't know for sure if it was ever worn as a piece of jewelry. But since culture is evolving and ever changing, and because we as Chamorro people are still here, still forming and still evolving our culture for ourselves, we have in the 21st century made it and brought it to what it is today as a symbol of our people. So today I'm going to show you guys how to make a simple spondyless money bead necklace. Step one, of course, is to find yourself a nice spondyless that's suitable for working with. You want the ones that are typically have a lot of color on the backside, and you don't want one that has too much calcium buildup, and you don't want one that's very porous either, because you won't be able to get it to shine as well. So today we're going to be working on this spondyless here. This spondyless is actually a piece from South Florida. There's a shell collector who has been sending a lot of spondyless to a lot of the Chamorro jewelry carvers. His name is Ronald Lusk, by the way. Shout out Ronald Lusk, thank you so much. So as you can see, I have here in front of me a couple of my tools of the trade, right? This is actually a tile saw, but it's super good for cutting shells, stone. So we use this tile saw to cut the rough shape out of the shell and to get rid of all of these spikes on the front, kind of smooth it down. This is the first step. Then the second step, we're gonna move on to the handheld Dremel. For this step, we have some sanding discs. You can find these at any Benson hardware or Home Depot, right? And then for the third step, we're gonna use these diamond-headed bits right here. And these diamond-headed bits allow us to drill through shell, bone, and stone with a lot of ease, okay, and without damaging the shell. If you use a bit that isn't diamond tipped, you have a higher chance of overheating the shell and cracking it prematurely, right? And then after that, the last step, of course, is going to be to string it up. This is a nylon string. You can find this at like any party store or craft store. And so yeah, those are all the steps. Let's get right into it. All right. So if you manage to find the whole spondyless shell, you're gonna want to look at the inside of it. And right around the lip of the inside of the shells, you're gonna see a colored part and a white part. So that colored part is really, really weak and fickle. So you're gonna want to get rid of that. sharp at all. So when it's so now we're gonna go ahead and cut out the circle part that we want. Shape. When you're doing this step, don't be afraid to take your time. All right, there's no such thing as too round. Now we move on to the Dremel. All right, we finished up with the saw. We're here with the Dremel now. We're gonna start with a diamond-tipped sanding disc, right? And we're gonna get this just one grade smoother, right? This in, tighten that. Alright, we're done with this stage. This disc is about a 60 grit disc. That's the grade of sandpaper, I guess you could say it is. It's really rough, and the way to attain a really good shine on pieces is to start at a really low grit and gradually work your way up. So after the 60 grit, we're gonna go to a 120 grit, and then from 120 to 240 to 400, and then to 2500, and by that point it's going to be almost as reflective as glass. So here's the 120. So here's the shell now at 120 grit. Next we're gonna go to 240. So here, this is the 240 grit, and at this point you can start to see that signature spotless glow start to pop out. Alright, so here's the 400 grit. Here we go. That's it for the 400 grit. Now for the final step on the sanding and polishing process, we're going to go to 2500. finished, fully polished spineless money bead. If you want to maintain your interfamilial relations with neighboring clans, this is your key. Now we're going to go on to the last step of the carving process, and we're going to go ahead and drill this bad boy. Right? Now when you're drilling your pieces, no matter what kind of piece it is, you want to make sure that you keep your piece submerged for the duration of the whole drilling process, because if you don't, you risk cracking your piece, you risk breaking your bit. And the reason for that is that if the piece overheats, it becomes too brittle, and then you risk, like, the biggest risk is wasting your shell, your time and your energy and your efforts. So make sure you avoid that by keeping your piece submerged. So for this part, you're going to want to use your ballpoint diamond tipped bit. It comes in this same set. You can find this at Benson Hardware, Guam Home Center, Home Depot. So we're going to go ahead and just attach that to our Dremel. And then when you're drilling your shell, typically I start from the back, because the back is actually softer, being that it is the inside of the shell. So here we go. So that it's not too sharp and it doesn't end up cutting our rope. Let's clean the back of the hole as well. Alright, there you go. One spineless money bead. So now for the stringing process, we're gonna have our handy dandy stringing kit right here. Basic lighter, scissors, and your nylon twine. So you're going to want this to be about 2 feet long, so just about a foot folded in half, right? Or however much space you need to get it over your head, depends on the size of your head, of course. And I like to melt the tips together so that they're easier to run through the hole in our bead. So you're going to want to measure it out, make sure the tips are close together, and just wait until they start to melt down and bubble a little bit. Then give it a couple seconds. Don't touch it right away because you'll burn yourself. And then just roll them together until they come to a joint point like that. And then you take your bead, and from the back you want to run it forward, and now you'll have this loop hanging out of the back. Then you're going to want to take that string and run it up through the loop, so your bead sits beautifully like that. Alright? Alright, so once you get that side done, that's all you need to do. Now we're going to work on the closure in the back. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to split these two, right? And then you're going to cross one over the other, okay, at whatever desired length you want. But you want to leave enough space here to be able to tie it into a knot. So what you're going to do is take the one that's crossing over the other one and tie it into just a simple knot around this one here, like so. And then just the same way as you did that, you're going to take the one behind that and tie it in a knot around the other one. Now both sides should be knotted around each other so that they can slide freely along each other like that. And this is your adjustable This is the adjustable aspect of the necklace. So you don't want them to be too tight, because if the knot is tied too tightly around the rope, it won't be able to slide. And then if you want, and you have a little left over here, to make adjusting easier, you can tie that into its own knot around itself. Same on this side. Tie it into a knot. Now all that's left for you to do is trim the excess and melt it closed. So we're going to take our scissors and cut as close to the knot as you can, while also leaving just very little so that you have something to melt and cover the rest of the knot. Now just wait a couple seconds. As soon as it starts to bubble up, press it down. Same with the other side. Pull that a little bit. Good enough. And melt it. So that concludes our Spawnless Money Bead Necklace video. Thank you guys for tuning into KUAM's Masterclass segment. So excited to see you guys come up with your own pieces, you know, get out there, find some shells, connect with the land, connect with the ocean and your ancestors, and be the best tomorrow.
Viva Vestamoro! That's it. You gotta say it with your chest.
Puff it out. Ready? Wait, one more time. Ready?
Viva Vestamoro! Viva! Oh, we're gonna get a ticket. Is that cheering? That's cheering. Oh, we're gonna get a ticket. 713.
Wait, I have a
Ticket
quick,
for Biba-ing it out.
I have a quick surprise, guys.
Yes.
During that segment, right? I went over to our esteemed Link mailbox, and I saw that I have a letter from the Department of Revenue and Taxation.
Oh God! This
No.
You know, Jay.
You know this hurts for him.
I'm
right?
not flexing about the stimulus. I'm saying that
before
that
you
I
whip
actually,
that out.
No, I have my
okay.
registration and I got my sticker.
Nice.
Because I used the online system that Daphne and her team have set up. Super easy to use. And look at this. I mean, I just did it like 3 days ago. I've already completed my registration. So please make use of their online systems. Good as advertised.
All right. There you go, Jason Toss. I thought you were gonna whip out a stimmy, bro, because you know Joe and I are still salty that we didn't get our stimmy. But you know, for the next stimmy, this is the big one. This is the lottery, guys. 1,400, 14 hundo, and then it's another 14 hundo for your dependents. So I'm looking for dependents out there. Hit me up in the DM. I'm soliciting for dependents.
Please, everyone, slide into Chris Barnett. It's at Malfunction on Instagram.
No funny business. I just want you to be my dependent.
And use the hashtag I would like to depend on you.
Because I'm like, man, if I play it right and I get enough dependents, dude, Bree, I could take the rest of the year off.
That's not happening.
It's 7:15. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're coming back with our friends at Manetlu. They're doing this. It's like a virtual hiking.
And yeah, there's a bunch of different
thing.
partnerships.
Yeah, it's Manetlu and Afamaulik. So we're gonna go in with that. Coming up next on this Fiesta Friday, Biba Betness, right here on the link. Good morning.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Hatha Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Dinner in a snap. You don't even have to leave the couch. Fast, safe, reliable delivery. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
Of the week, we are rocking and rolling here on the show, and we hope you guys really enjoyed that Mess Tomorrow Masterclass. It's a series that we've got on YouTube right now. We have an entire playlist for it, and we'll be populating those with really cool arts and crafts lessons that you can try at home. Fun for the entire family. So make sure to check us out, youtube.com/KUAM News. Well, we are going from one social platform to another now as we head back into the KUAM News Zoom room with lovely local ladies from the Manetlu organization doing amazing things for our community. And Chris, we got some good friends with us today.
Yes, we have Samantha Taitano from Manetlu and Eva Chamarita from Anafa Maulik Youth. And I guess let's start right there. How did you two end up partnering together, bringing both of your groups to, I guess, like a meeting point to launch this great idea with virtual hiking?
Okay, half a day and good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's nice to see you guys, and it's nice to be on here with Eva from Anaphamalic Youth at Sanctuary. So Manyetlu has had a long time partnership with Sanctuary, bringing programs to the youth that they serve as well. And then actually last summer, no, not 2020 summer, 2019 summer, when the Anaphamalic Youth started their program, so it's a cultural program, we actually partnered with them to do a leadership and resiliency section of their program. And so we kind of learned a lot about the Anaphamalic Youth Program and sort of their goals about bringing cultural practices and awareness to youth on our island. And so we knew that they also do youth hikes with their kids, and hiking has always been something that we've done with the kids in our program as well. We have a grant with the Department of Interior Office of Consular Affairs that allowed us to really take these kids out onto hikes to build leadership and environmental stewardship. So sort of when the pandemic hit, we decided, we still want to be able to complete the goals of the grant by still having these hikes and being able to kind of show, I guess, a wider audience about the different beautiful hikes we have on island. And with this existing partnership with Anaphamalic Youth, we knew they had the team to sort of kind of do the videos and then also the historical background. So these hike series is not only going to show the beauty of Guam, how to get to these beautiful hikes, but it's also going to have historical facts and information, and then also things about some of the plants that they have and things like that. So Eva, did you want to share a little bit more?
Yeah, buenas and have a day. Biba Betnes, Biba Miss Tamoru, Sizos Maasi, Non Convida Hamgini. Thank you for having us here today. And it's just, I think it's really great alignment that we're here to be talking about what we're doing at this time and, during this month. So like Sam was saying, I'm the project director of Anaphamalic Youth Heritage Program, which is a heritage program offered for kind of like at-risk youth or just youth in our community, giving them something positive to do, giving them a sense of cultural identity, connecting them back to our culture, to our elders, to our values and to the land. And so we offer a summer program, like an 8-week-long summer program, and then an after-school program. And so again, Sam was saying, we've partnered with Manyetlu to come in to help teach leadership and resiliency. And one of the components of our hike series or of our curriculum is to take these kids on field trips, right? So that we can really get a sense of like this place that we're living in, this island that we're living in, this land that belongs to us. Like, what does it look like, right? What does it feel like? And why is it significant? What kind of stories does this land hold? And so, of course, with the COVID, the COVID came and it was like, well, you can stay home, right? And it was like, you can't bring all the kids to the spots, but you can stay home. And so we had to shift everything to like the rest of the world, right? We had to shift to this virtual platform. And in the shift, we were like, now how are we gonna get the kids, right? How are we gonna get them to experience that, which is our objective? And Manyetlu had this project that they had to complete involving hikes. And we had these curriculum objectives that we had to complete. And so the partnership just came about and it just made a lot of sense. And so my mentors, I have a staff of really young, amazing Chamorro youth who have been enrolled in the Chamorro Studies programs at UOG, and just like cultural practitioners, cultural advocates, and they were the team. And I said, we can manage to go and follow our guidelines and get into the land, and we can take them virtually with us. And so that's what we did, and that's how we came up with our series, and it's called Harlem Hikes. So.
And I'm so excited about it, and I'm so we're so honored that you guys have selected KUAM to partner as well to to broadcast it, to stream it online. So we thank you so much. We are going to be rolling out right next week the very first segment. We're going to have a little teaser at the end of the interview. But the first one, tell us about the first video that people are going to be seeing when it rolls out next week.
Sure. So the first video that we'll be sharing is a hike to Hilatan Village, an ancient village on the northwestern coast of Guam. And you know what we did with this series is really try to give us an in-depth picture of our diverse landscape. Because everyone thinks of Guam like we're so tiny. It's like, yeah, but packed in this tiny island is like, you know, immense beauty and these immense pockets of different kinds of beauty that is meant to be appreciated. So our first, and then there's the different levels of hikes, right? It's like you can take a nice, beautiful stroll, and that's what Hilatan is. So that's what the first episode's like. Or you can check it out and go up to Sigua Falls, you know? Mm-hmm. So, and we'll give you a taste of all of it. So the first episode is going to Hilatan, and we actually go in to see the Lari Stones, right? Because aside from just the beautiful scenic, the majesty of nature that we have to appreciate, there's also the cultural rich history, right? There are these remnants of our past that we can, that we can gaze upon and connect to, and just kind of instill that awe and that wonder for who we are and what our ancestors' lives were like. So that would be the first episode in this series, just a beautiful stroll to Hilatan Village.
Now, it's a 5-episode series, but I think you said there may be a couple bonuses, right? But how did you, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait, but how did you guys select these particular sites? Was it based on I'll go ahead, Eva.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, right, is that we wanted to be able to experience the diverse landscapes that exist, right? And also look at this kind of like the formation of our island. It's all about, part of what we're doing is bringing to light more information about this place and the land, right? So it's like if we take a look at the north half of Guam, it's the limestone forest. It's that rocky, rough terrain and there are certain types of trees that grow only, in that kind of environment. And if we take a look at the south side of Guam, we know that it looks very different, right? And it's got that mountainous terrain, that volcanic black sand, right? In the north, it's the white sandy beaches, like Governor Joe Ada used to say. But we have those white sandy beaches, and then in the south, we have the black sand beaches, and we have that like really red dirt, right? That mountain in the mountains. And so we went through and we made sure that we were looking at those different types of features, and even being able to go into the land. We go to Paget Cave, right? It's like we have this natural formed cave, right, of a fresh water source. So what does that feature look like? It lends us some information to how we were able to live in that area, because when we go on the hike, right, you'll see like it's a trek to get into Paget, and the kids are always like, people actually live here? Like, yeah, they live here. How did they get here? Same way we're getting here, they walked.
And that's a hike for sure.
Right, yeah.
What was the?
And then we also wanted to make sure that we covered a bunch of different levels of hikes. Just like Eva was saying, you can do the stroll to Hilatan, or you can really do that really great intense trek to Sigua. And then during our hike series, we'll make sure to kind of rate all of the hikes and ensure that what would be the best thing to wear. Maybe there's going to be a lot of swordgrass here, so keep that in mind.
How excited were the youth mentors?
Oh yeah, they, it was so funny because they kind of were like, we're only at the end, they're like, we're only doing 5, like, can we just do more, right? They had such a great time. And disclaimer, do have a couple mentors that are really down and did some of the hikes and stories, which we give a disclaimer like not recommended, right?
Yeah, you might blow out a Zori.
We know Malfunction would appreciate that.
It's all about your big toe and the next toe grip. That's what is going to keep your Zori alive.
Yeah, they had such a wonderful time, right? It was also a good time for us to bond, right? And that's one of the messages that we carry in the series is like when we go out into the land and we take that time, it's a place that we can actually check out from everything else that's happening, right? It's a place of solace. It's a place where people can just be present together. It's a new presence.
Yeah.
So which we learned from COVID, but when you take it out into the land, as opposed to just being in the house, like when you take it out into the land, it's another level, and it's really it was also a feeling of freedom, right? Being able this idea that we're trapped at home, but it's like, but Guam is our home, Guahan is our home, and this we're here at home, and this is the place. So yeah, it was I think it was a liberating feeling for us because we'd been. Most of the time we're on our Zoom call with our kids, like, okay, okay, Manhoben, this is what it's like. But then we had the opportunity to get out and then to share that with them. So yeah, they're like, we can do 10 more episodes.
Well, let me know.
Yeah, we're down. Let's do 20. We're going to play the video now, Eva and Samantha. So this is Harlem Hikes. It's just a little sneak peek here. You're going to get it on our Facebook Live feed and on KUAM TV. And then the audio of it. I don't know how the audio is going to play out on the radio, but just if you are listening on the radio, just close your eyes, if you will, and just visualize.
And maybe next week we can get some of the youth mentors on when we roll out the first episode.
Definitely. And I want to just, before we close out with the video, I do want to just thank KUAM's Sidus Masi. And we did definitely choose you intently, knowing that you've been pushing out, local content for our community and really providing uplifting and inspiring news, that enlightens our community, and we wanted to be a part of that. And so we're very honored and we're grateful for this collaboration. And then also just wanted to shout out our two of our artists that we incorporated in our production. As I know Sam mentioned Miracle earlier, who's our production manager. The youth mentors you'll see featured in this series are Starlet Cruz, Daniel Stone Jr., Lawrence Lazama, and Riley Duenas and Cassidy Murphy. And then so Key Siswico did our graphic art. So the emblem that you see when it turns up is done by Key Siswico. And then we are featuring the music, original music of Dakota Alcantara Camacho. So we're grateful for all of the people who have contributed to the project, and looking forward to the good things coming. Sidus Masi.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you.
Samantha, thank you so much, ladies, for coming on Fiesta Friday. Whoa! Business!
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you.
Estadios.
Right. There you go. So it's called Harlem Hikes, and you got it right here on the link.
Taking is sacred, cause I walk it. Conscious of creating the world when I am talking. Stopping all the traumas of my mamas and my fathers. My flow immerses my whole lineage in holy waters. Soaking sores of those before with spoken words. I open doors to ocean shores and hope for more. Healing and revealing, reconnection to my feelings. Seeing to the sky, embodying the ceiling. Revelations of creating bonds of our relations. I'm taking the path to taking it back to facing the facts of our existence. Reconnection to the mystics. Language of the spirit is the OG scientifics. Dancing the inscription of intuition's hieroglyphics. Reading current movements is all Pacific physics. Listen to the birds as their direction pivots, cause they sing a song of life and they taught me how to live it. So I
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Hungry? Grab your phone, open the app, make the order. Done! Satisfy your cravings in a safe, quick, convenient way. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Never live a single moment being someone that you can't see, hiding who you are inside to blend in with society. So off we go on my rundown shit. Watch the sunset, your feelings free, 'cause every day we're sinking deeper and we have to face reality. So don't forget your roots, 'cause that's all.
Good morning. Welcome back to The Link. Brought to you by East West Rental, IT&E, Carrier, Cabo Enterprises at 740. Here's what's coming up on the show. Archbishop Michael Burns. We're coming in at 9 to talk about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. If you're Catholic, just say no to the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. That's what Archbishop Michael Burns, the message was out of the Archdiocese yesterday. Also, Sergeant Paul Tapao, Guam Police. Senator Tello's coming on. We're getting public health and Ned Uggan. But first, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where Senator Joanne Brown, corruption buster, is calling for him to be investigated. So we'll get on Chamorro Land Trust Commission Administrator Jack Hattig here. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
So we'll just kind of go over the details about this that have been reported as Senator Joanne Brown has issued a press release saying that you should be investigated for your role in, I guess what they're saying is making an illegal recommendation in the Land Trust Agent's report. Land Agent Lydia Taliu on February 18th told the CLTC board that the final version of her report recommended that a wife be allowed to take her husband's place in Land Trust waiting list, a swap that is not allowed under the Land Trust Act. Living applicants are not allowed to switch places in line, according to a 2018 legal opinion by the Attorney General, which found repeated violations by Land Trust. And so this land agent had told the board, Jack, that she felt like you coerced her into changing her report, which to me is concerning if true, because we have these classified employees in the government of Guam who are trying to do their job, and that's hard enough, but then having to deal allegedly, and we'll get your side of it, with just interference, whether it be political or what, we don't know, but I'm just curious to get the details, Jack. So I guess we'll start there. That allegation that this land agent had made to the board that you coerced her into changing her recommendation. How do you respond to that? And also, how do you respond to Senator Brown's release calling for an investigation into those activities?
Well, I don't have any response, first of all, to Senator Brown's call. I know that the chairman had made and established that he wants to give his report to the commission. So at this time, I'm going to wait for that report. I don't know what is the substance of that report, but I want to defer to the chairman on that situation right now.
The quote from the land agent, she told the board last month, "I did not want to do it, but I felt I had no choice because he had to force me to add the request to transfer application rights, despite what the law says, despite the opinion of the former Attorney General." And then I guess you had responded by telling the board you took the report that was submitted and made the changes on there. So wait, are you saying that you're not going to respond to anything with this because it's under investigation, or is there anything at all that you can say just to kind of quell the public sentiment out here that, we're back to playing funny games at the Land Trust?
Well, out of respect to the chairman and what he established, I think we need to wait for that process. And he's going to make his report made to the board, from what I understand.
I guess so.
Can you just tell us, though, what exactly happened here from the beginning? Like, what was trying to be done?
Well, I think the official record of the minutes is going to bear that out. So once the Land Trust approves the minutes, then we'll have an opportunity to see, for the record, what the communications were made on that meeting.
At the CLTC board meeting.
Right.
Yeah, but Jack, on its surface, right? The law doesn't allow it, right? So why were you trying to push it through?
Well, I think I'm gonna go back to our legal counsel's comment about the goal. The goal really, what he commented about was not to push the Attorney General's opinion and try to push it through, but to try to come up with the solutions so that we could resolve some of those issues that it entailed.
So what does the law say in terms of, I guess, a transfer of application rights?
The law is silent in terms of that. I didn't see anything that forbade it or anything that said that you could do it.
I want to say that I feel like it said you can't transfer to living people, right? Is that?
If I'm seeing the rule, it says that it gives a process for when a person passes away.
Right. But so you're saying there's nothing about giving it to another living person?
I didn't see that specifically in the law.
Right. But again, I just got to go back because I kind of covered this, guys, with this Barragata Heights thing, and this was a story that we broke here at KUAM, and it was fire. It was controversial. It led to a whole revamp and revision and reform of the Chamorro Land Trust rules and regs. That's why when I see something like this, I feel like, Jesus Christ, we just went in and changed all these things for what I felt like is the better. And on its surface, again, even though you're not really providing a lot of details, it kind of seems like we're right back to switching people in line, which is, what caused a lot of that controversy in the first place. Because there was a switch, I believe, with former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee's mother had transferred her lease to the senator at the time. Or I don't think she was a senator then, but it was part of the story and everything was uncovered. And I want to say that because of the investigation into how the rules were being violated, they actually made her transfer it back to the mother. So we have this very similar situation here where you have a living applicant transferring to, the wife. So what were they trying to do here, Jack? Was someone trying to just move ahead in the line?
Well, I honestly, that particular case had some other information that was reported in January because we had entertained this particular constituent in January also. I don't recall off the top of my head exactly what was discussed, but I think the minutes are going to be available as soon as the trust approves January, which is next week.
How serious do you think the chairman should take this issue and this investigation?
I think the chairman is doing a fine job. I think he's doing what he needs to do at this point, and I know that he's putting his energy and effort into it. So you know that he's taking it seriously.
Did this have anything to do with the eligibility requirements, Jack? Was there someone who wasn't eligible, like maybe the husband, and then trying to transfer it to the wife, or?
I believe that may have been the case, yes.
And then, so at what point did you become involved in it? Were you contacted by either party?
Either party? Which either party?
The husband or the wife, or both?
No, I didn't have any contact at all with either party.
Do you know them personally, or?
No, I don't know them personally at all.
So how did you end up getting, allegedly coercing this land agent?
Well, I'm like I said, Miss Lydia, is able to make her comments, and she made her comments. And I think, like I said, once the transcript and the minutes are available, we can really see, because they'll be approved. Right now, they're still in draft form.
Has there been any other swaps of land, or whatever, this same situation? Because you said that you hadn't seen it in law. Has there been any other instances like this?
Well, other than what had occurred in the Attorney General's opinion, the cases that were identified, no.
Did you at any time alter any of the documents that were prepared by the land agent?
I believe I made a statement there, and that I put my recommendation in when we had a discussion.
And that's routine, Jack? You usually put recommendations into different land reports?
Well, it's a discussion between the land agent and the director. But again, I really must refer back to the chairman, and he's gathered some information again and he's going to report back. So I don't want to make any further comment until he has an opportunity to make that report.
What about just from the public's point of view? We have, like I said, you got someone, a land agent, and then you're getting involved. How do we ensure the public that this whole process of this being looked into is going to be on the up and up, and that this classified employee is, not going to get thrown under the bus? Because we've seen it before.
Yeah, I think that's what we're here to protect, and I think that's the chairman's. Again, we're going to hear from the chairman to see, because he had the opportunity to gather information.
Is this land agent still employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How long has this individual been working at the CLTC?
I know for quite some time. I don't know exactly how long.
Longer than you?
Yes, definitely.
How would you characterize the nature of your relationship with the land agents?
It's a good relationship. It's a good working relationship, and she continues to do great work for the trust. And I work with all the land agents equally.
Okay.
Anything else? Did you
Sounds
want to
like
continue?
No. We're at no further questions, Your Honor. We're not really getting anything here.
Yeah, we wanted really just to get you to come on to see if you wanted to, I guess, defend yourself, because this is pretty strongly worded letter and request for investigation, basically calling out your integrity.
Yeah.
So,
how do you respond to the calling out of your integrity?
Thank you for the opportunity, and I think, like I said, I'm very curious to find out what the chairman, is going to report, and that'll be made to the commission.
And the next meeting, when is the next meeting of the CLTC?
The next meeting is scheduled for next week, Thursday, and I believe the media invite was already sent out with the link. And I believe I'm going to double check, but I know that I had requested for the agenda to be posted on our website and on the Attorney General's website as well.
Okay. Yeah, I might have saw it somewhere, but. Yeah, thanks, Jack, for coming on. Anything else going on with the CLTC that you wanted the community to know about?
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that we had the public hearing yesterday on Bill 36-36, and I think the legislature has marked it as duly heard. And so we hope that they'll consider some legislation that would help the trust gain some more revenue so that they could put it into its operations and really also try to identify some money so that we can help our constituents with the survey of property. So I think those are the main goals of the submerged lands leases. And coincidentally, the trust held public hearings on declaring the submerged lands for agricultural, aquacultural, and commercial use, really to answer that call, that we have some opportunity to gain some revenue using submerged lands. And we need to take a look at it and work together with the trust, the commission itself, to make that happen. So those are the really key things. And then, with the passage of Bill 35-112 or Public Law 35-112, the qualifications, we're really trying to answer the questions because we have a lot of constituents that are on the list and didn't receive a lease, and they want the eligibility question to be answered. So we're waiting for written legal guidance from our legal counsel on how we can address those individuals.
Mm-hmm. You said submerged lands. Can you explain a little bit more about what that is?
There's a legal opinion, I think, also from the Attorney General that states that any submerged lands, and those are pretty much the lands closest to the water, are under the jurisdiction of the Chamorro Land Trust unless they've been reserved by another government of Guam entity or the federal government. So, submerged lands are primarily leases or licenses that the trust has with communications entities. And so that's really what they are.
Is there anything new with Epel Point?
Well, the committee that was formed in, I believe it was January, by the commission is going to give a report. I believe the commission is going to meet again on the 25th of March, And at that time, that's when the report on Oka Point will be made.
Have you received any other new proposals?
No, not at this time. No.
Okay.
So did the governor talk to you about the letter Senator Brown had sent her about this whole
No,
incident?
not yet. I would imagine I'm probably going to get a call today, and yeah.
So I was just reading Senator Joanne Brown's letter again, and she talks about Chairman John Regis kind of being reluctant to label this an investigation. Would you agree? I mean, do you think that there are reasons we don't want to use the I word?
Well, you're going to have to ask the chairman that. I really don't know. I mean, I really haven't had a chance to, I mean, obviously the chairman's report is going to be made to the commission, so I'll know when they know.
Right. And so the letter writes of the chairman's statements, an exploratory look into an instance of potential criminal forgery is simply not enough, and it's imperative that your administration take a hardline approach with an official investigation into the allegations brought forth by the land agent. So that's, I mean, pretty heavy allegations there. Jack, was there criminal forgery with this on your part?
I really don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a legal expert or a legal mind, but I really don't know. And that's why I really don't have a reaction to that.
I mean, but forgery, we all know what forgery is. So did you, do any writing on the document that would lead people to believe that there was forgery involved, or?
I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I really just, I don't know. I mean, I have to look at, the legal definition of forgery. I really don't know.
Okay. Right on. What about illegal dumping on the land trust properties? I remember, again, we talked about this last time, Swamp Road.
Yes.
Where are we with that?
Well, we continue to make periodic inspection in the area, and we also inform the Guam Environmental Protection Agency if there's any suspected illegal dumping that's going on, so that they can do their investigation. We're not a law enforcement body or an investigative body, so we really don't have the capability of doing that. But we do work with the land, the occupier of the land, right, the lessee or the occupant, to make sure that they don't, do anything detrimental to the property. Obviously, there are some concerns about junk cars, and I think the mayor's council is doing a great job with the recycling and revolving fund to try to mitigate the situation. At the land trust, the commission is also trying to do something together with Global Recycling on a public improvement license that would help in that area too.
Right on. What else, Jack, in closing here, as we're against the top of the hour, what other issues are going to be brought before the board next week?
I know we have some more constituent issues and requests that the board is going to consider. And I think they wanted to separate the meetings for March. And so they're going to focus on constituent matters on the 18th. And then I believe the agenda is yet to be announced for the 25th. But I do believe it's commercial matters that are going to be discussed.
Commercial leases and all that?
I cannot anticipate that. I don't know whether we're going to issue any press releases at this time.
Okay. All right, Jack. Well, thanks for coming on. When we get this stuff, the best we can do is ask the questions, and your answer is, I don't know, and let it play out.
I very much appreciate the opportunity, Chris, and Biba Betnis and Biba Mes Chamorro.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
There you go, Jack Hattig. He's the director of the Chamorro Land Trust. So I guess we'll have to wait till next week. But again, just protecting the rights and abilities of these classified employees to do their job without undue influence or interference from directors or any other type of political people. It's kind of what we are about here on the link. So I'm curious, maybe we'll get Senator Brown on next week, but this would fall under the jurisdiction of the Speaker, Therese Terlahi, who is the land committee chair, but I don't believe we've heard anything relative to this. I'll go back and check my email, though. It's 8 o'clock to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thanks for jamming with us on this Fiesta Friday Biba Betnis. There's a lot of great programming coming up on KUAM TV And you can jump over to our Facebook Live feed. The Breeze 93.9, providing just one part of our multimedia attack weekday mornings here. So we are KUAM FM 93.9. I don't know why I use the word attack. On The Breeze. KUAM TV Land, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta Anjos. We are back here on The Link. It's 8:01 coming up. Senator Telotidegui. We'll also get the Archbishop just canceled, Bree.
Who?
Archbishop Michael Burns.
Why?
Got a message from Tony Diaz that he's got a raspy, he's feeling pretty sick this morning, but we'll get him on next week. But he was excited to come on, I know, so we'll figure it out. It's 8:01. Again, the Archbishop and the Catholic Church had come out with this release that we'll talk a little bit more about coming up here on the news on The Link. It's 8:01, short break, and we're back with more next. Good morning.
Through the week, KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant, make your order, get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. uno-go.com.
Hey, good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Morning.
Hey, morning. Morning, Joe, sir. Morning, Jason. Hey, let me give you guys a little something real quick here at 8:06. You guys looking for work? Civil engineers out there? Well, guess what? Cortec International Corporation is now hiring. They got an immediate job opportunity in Tamuning, Guam for the following position of civil engineer. Inspect project sites and direct civil works by engineers, subcontractors, and construction workforce to ensure conformance to civil engineering plans and specs, as well as quality control and safety standards. You'd also formulate reports concerning daily construction activities, weekly accomplishments, production forecasts, evaluation of subcontractors, and overall project performance from manpower, on-site logistics, and construction safety. Applicants must possess a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and 2 years of post-bac verifiable work experience as a civil engineer. Applicants must also be proficient in the use of engineering computer programs such as STAAD, Primavera, and AutoCAD. If interested, please submit resumes by mail. The Cortec International Corporation, attention Conchita D. Batten, 388 South Marine Corps Drive, Tamuning, Guam, 96913. Thank you, Cortec. 807, the link, good morning. Coming up also this morning, the Guam Humanities Council, we've got Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. It's a Fishy Friday, guys. Don't forget, Lenten Friday. I don't want you to accidentally put any unwanted meat into your mouth or your body. If you're practicing, today is a Fishy Friday. So go to Burger King, buy BK Big Fishes and Impossible Whoppers for all your family members so that they can, their immortal souls won't be endangered. Thank you, Burger King, for presenting Cover Me. We're also going to do Sports Link with Dave Delgado from the KUAM Sports team. And a sneak peek of our One Micronesia podcast with Victorious Falan. All of that is coming up on the link. Coming up right now, though, Senator Tello Taidagui from the Guam Legislature, Republican. Senator Tello, I guess just real quick, any reaction, statement, comment, whatever on the interview we just had with Jack Hattig, the CLTC director.
Well, good morning, Chris, and good morning, Sabrina and Jason, and to the KUAM family. It's been a while since I've been on, and thank you for this opportunity, first and foremost, and I greatly appreciate all the work you guys are doing. I was just catching the tail end, Chris, with regards to the Mr. Hattig's interview, and I did read Senator Brown's email last night, and I don't think Mr. Hattig said very much, to make a comment on. I look forward to hearing from Senator Brown, which I'm very happy that she's really going after these areas of any kind of corruption or and it's important that we do have somebody in the legislature keeping an eye on that. I think she even mentioned to me that she's going to ask Senator Frank Boas to also have an oversight on the GPA situation on the crash that happened in Tamuning as well. So, she gave a promise that she's going after corruption and everything. So I'm happy to see that she's doing that. And I look forward to the interview next week. I think you said you're going to bring her on, but if I get a chance to talk to her today, I'll get more into it. But I don't think he said very much, at all. So there's nothing really to say on that. But he
well, I mean,
quiet.
not saying much is saying something sometimes, if you know what I mean.
Isn't it? It is, right? That's true. That's very true.
I don't know if I just want my defense to be, I don't know the definition of forgery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't know. Forgery, what's that? I don't know. Go ask Linda and Pinko DeNorsi what the definition of forgery is.
Well, didn't Senator Brown's letter have the definition of forgery?
Yeah, it actually did. It did, yeah.
It actually did.
But
so
he said, I don't know if he said he read the letter, but had he read the letter, he would have seen, you're right, the legal definition of forgery was right there.
Yeah. I think
if somebody's calling you out, you would have read the letter. I mean,
Yeah.
I would have been pissed off reading it like, oh, yeah, Senator Brown? Oh, okay. Oh, criminal forgery. Okay.
Okay, that's a definition. Okay.
Yeah.
I was glad that he brought up something about the Chamorro Land Trust, that bill that we heard yesterday. If you remember, last year we passed legislation to create a submarine cable task force.
Yeah.
And it's basically set up for something like this that we're encountering today. And I was very upset during that public hearing to know that this is moving forward without even the task force being put into place to discuss matters like this. We had everybody from GITA to Reventax to, other agencies as well as appointees. And that was a very interesting public hearing. If your listening audience have a chance, go on YouTube and listen to that. There are a lot of issues that's going on. $50,000 for the lease of the submerged lands. You're talking about $1 billion company that's coming in, or a $1 billion industry, utilizing these submarine cables. And then, of course, BSP coming on and talking about the issue on conflict of jurisdiction as well as environmental issues. Now, I live right on the beach. I see a Lupang area, which they're going to go, that's where they're intended, the proposed landing station is going to be at. And that place, if you can actually walk to the island out there, on low tide with water only up to your ankles. So you're going to be digging into the ground, into the reef area. So there are a lot of situations that were not addressed, a lot of unanswered questions that I think, I have nothing against telecommunications. It's important that we be a part of this. And Guam is a strategic location for submarine cables. We're very strategic. In fact, we're like number 2 to number 3 in the Pacific area as far as submarine cables coming through our island. And these telecommunication companies sell speed. And when it comes to in order to get that speed, these cables have to land at a particular area to reboot, and then shoot out where it goes faster. But the longer the line is, it's the connection goes a little bit slower. Anyways, it's just, I was surprised that, Chamorro Land Trust, Mr. Hatchett's interview, that he's so gung-ho when all these questions were unanswered and all these issues were brought to the forefront. John Day, is a good person to bring on the air to talk about this. So he would bring a lot of insight to this. He's not a telecommunications guy, he's a data center, but it's a very interesting one. I hope you take a chance to look
Senator, how much again was the proposed lease for?
$50,000.
And for how long?
This is an annual $50,000 annually.
Right.
But you think about it's a $1 billion company, and what is ironic is when I was doing my research on this, because I was the one that authored the bill for the submarine cable task force. And when we were talking with Reventax, they were just amazed. These guys only have a business license fee of $45. This is a multi-billion-dollar company, and they, $45. It hasn't been reviewed. I had the opportunity when I was formulating this task force legislation. I talked with the White House. I talked with FCC. I talked with the NCSL. These individuals, and realizing there's so many areas that have not been touched for Guam to be able to actually, upgrade or even fees and fines or jurisdiction. This would have been taken care of, and the bill passed in December of last year. So I'm really surprised to see that it was not up and running, and very disappointed because, we are looking out for the best interest of our people and her island.
Yeah. So
and that's the most important thing. I have nothing against telecommunication. Let's do this. It's a great way to build a different type of economy on Guam. Great way. But let's do it the right way.
Yeah. It should be a great way to make money. Like, in covering Chamorro Land Trust, one thing I notice is with these commercial leases, like, we don't even really make that much off it. It's just all of the leases I've seen are just so absurdly low. And when we talk about, Senator, when we talk about like the financial crisis, that's one of the things I look at. It's like, man, we have an opportunity to, I don't think we got to give a sweetheart deal to every business that wants to lease Chamorro Land Trust land. I can understand case by case if it's a smaller entity that, is maybe starting up, fine, but I mean, to give, you know, AT&T or whoever, you know, multi-billion-dollar and multinational conglomerate, I mean, that's chump change, and we should really kind of stand by our environment and charge accordingly if we're going to let people do business on it.
Absolutely, and then we need to have you know, safety mechanisms in place, and even through legislation, because we all remember the $6 million in back rent that AT&T owed the Ancestral Lands Commission, even since 2019. I mean, that was something that the last administration found, like how come AT&T has not paid their rental fee? That was $6 million. You know, so now here we're going into another lease agreement, and we're going to put ourselves in a predicament. We should learn from our mistakes. You know, be cautious on moving forward. You know, we're not going to stop. I've been a great advocate, you know, for fiber optic, you know, telecommunications on Guam. But so I was surprised to hear that Mr. Hattick was very, you know, quick to grab this $50,000 a year to help out Chamorro Land Trust when they can get a whole lot more.
That doesn't even cover his salary.
Yeah.
Senator, let's let's move on real quick. State of the island, because we didn't get your reaction on that. I don't know if you saw the governor on yesterday, but with a $661 million federal bailout that's coming down, she had basically said that the legislature will have little involvement in determining how it's spent. I think what she had said, Bree, was that she's going to get her directors to give her the wish list, and then when they compile it, they'll take it down there, and then if you guys have anything to say, then okay.
Oh, I thought she said that, you know, let's meet, but
she did say also let's meet.
Yeah. But you know, one issue that I think also is close to you and what you've been working on. You did create that law to establish a task force related to a hospital. And so in the interview yesterday, the governor did indicate that a part of the $661 million, she was going to set aside $300 million to build a new hospital. So yeah, I'm glad you're on here, because I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I was very happy to hear it. I think from day one, pushing for a rebuilding of a new hospital, knowing that a lot of the work that came from Senator Dennis Rodriguez in his report, you know, he had a task force actually within his own office and created this like 200 page binder of, you know, where the areas could be, what needs to be done, the cost, how to move forward doing it. So I just kept that ball rolling in that area. So I just was very surprised, because this task force should have been implemented way at the beginning. It was bill number 5, you know, when I introduced this bill, but it took forever, you know, for the bill to get through. And that was very disappointing. I was trying to figure out why this was going on. I mean, I can make some assumptions that are not very good, but politics, I'll deal with politics. But at the end, I think we're really a little bit behind. We are very behind. The task force has not been implemented yet. It has not been put together, convened. And I think that she has to realize one thing, that this is not just an administrative job for her. It also involves the legislature to move it through. Now, if she's planning on using the funding from the $661 million, then that's great. You know, to me, it doesn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't matter who gets the credit on there. I just want to see it done, because it needs to be done, and right away. I've been very pleased with Lillian Posada's comment a couple times when this first came out, the task force. I mean, she was gung-ho. Maybe she didn't get her orders to be silent about it, but she was very open and amenable to we need a new hospital. We need to build a new hospital, even before the Army Corps of Engineers said anything, you know. And I happened to see her at the State of the Island, and I said, thank you for considering and putting in one of your comments that Manila would be a great location, because as well as myself and Senator Rodriguez, I think Manila would be a great area to have a hospital close to the University of Guam, to also be an institutional educational hospital as well. So I'm just happy things are moving forward regardless. Let's just keep, pushing in that direction and move forward to it. But I'm happy to hear.
Yeah. So, but what did you make of, I guess, the governor's address, the State of the Island address?
Well, it's almost like deja vu, because a lot of things she said was just the same thing she did last year as well. I mean, we all understand there was COVID, there are issues moving forward, not a whole lot of new things could have happened. But with this additional money coming in from the federal side, I think it made things a whole lot easier to deal with and not feel so much the financial crisis, but yet there is one. But she doesn't bring that up. I think, I was hearing a couple of comments from my colleagues, and they gave a great interview on the link regarding what she said, lack of police with the drug enforcement. Where is the financial situation of Guam today? But as far as this whole $61 million that are supposed to come into Guam, I think we need to, we might not be able to tell her how to spend it, but we definitely can make her be accountable on, how she is spending it, where she's spending it, the reasoning for it. And I think Bill 333, which became public law, which she did not really provide the legislature with that information in the time that we requested. It was not in detail, those reports. It was like, you saw those, Sabrina, when that report came out.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it was like broad. I mean, we spent, 10 million in this area, but it didn't say 10 million on what. So yeah. I think if anything, we need to have that kind of transparency with this money coming in, because it could get really bad without us knowing what's going on, So I think legislation will be coming up with regarding this funding.
All right.
All right. Well, we just wanted to catch up with you, Senator Tello. So definitely appreciate you coming on and sharing your time with us.
Sure. Okay. I always look forward to coming on and listening to you guys, because if I want to know what's going on, I actually listen to you guys. So,
we got that recorded, right? Yeah. Okay. That might be our next commercial.
Absolutely. So, keep up the good work and the research that you guys are doing to find out, to make sure that Guam is going in the right direction.
Thank you, Senator. All right.
Thanks, Senator.
8:24. Again, it's Friday, March 12th, right here on the link. We're going to take a really quick break, and we're coming back with the Department of Public Health, Social Services. We actually had Dr. Hoa, but I believe that the PAG meeting is now this morning, because it's usually Thursday night. So Dr. Wen comes on Friday morning to unpack the meeting, but he had just shot us a message in the chat that he's heading to Physicians Advisory Group meeting with the governor this morning. So we'll try and get him on later to unpack that on this Friday.
Yeah. And just a reminder, the president did sign the American Rescue Act, and he is going to be addressing the nation at 11 a.m. Guam time. And you can watch that live on KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11.
We're getting a lot of comments about this RISE Act. Bree, because you're the main remember around here. Which one is the RISE Act? Sorry.
The RISE Act is the bill it's public law by Senator Regine Biscoe-Lee. So it's kind of like a local stimulus program, but the way that the bill was written, it's similar to how the Adzutum and GAFA bill was written by Senator Amanda Shelton. So it prioritized the use of federal funding to make these local stimulus payments, and then from there, if you don't have the federal funding, then you go on to the local funding. But when we spoke with BBMR, Lester Carlson, earlier in the year, he said that, we don't have any more CARES Act funds. Yeah. So, and obviously there's no local funds. But then, we asked him, well, what about when we get, and if we get the $661 million? Right. He didn't give like a definitive response other than this is, the law is the law. But also in that particular law, I believe it prohibited like GovGuam and federal employees to be authorized to get the stimulus fund.
Do you remember offhand what the eligibility was? Was it like based on an annual income or household size?
Yeah, I don't remember the specific details.
But the point here is that it's a public law. And people keep asking about it.
Yeah.
You know, the same way that $10 million to GMH was a public law. We never saw that through. People are asking about this RISE Act. But
the other thing with that is that, you know, the governor did not sign it. She allowed it to lapse into law. Yeah. So
it's still a law. Maybe the governor thinks if she didn't sign it, it's not law.
No, I think she knows it's law because she gave a message when she let it lapse into law. I'm trying to pull it up because it was actually pretty
snarky.
Yeah, basically.
Snarky, like an eye roll or what?
If you don't know what he's talking about, it's referring to what happened at the end of the interview.
If you're just joining us, I don't want to beat it to death, but yesterday when we had the governor on, which is so great, I really feel like the conversations that we have with the governor, they're up there, right? Because, you know, we ask her questions other media doesn't. And so it really just elevates the conversation all around, you know, and the governor answered everything we asked. I mean, you know, thank you. We're so grateful for it. But at the end, I said, hey, we'd like to get you on semi-regularly, just, you know, because people love to hear from her. And she did this little, like, side eye roll smirk thing that was just, anyway, whatever. It is what it is. Yet I can't stop talking about it because I was kind of hurt a little. I mean, not a lot. I wasn't, like, so butthurt. But I was just like, man, you know, during the height of the pandemic, like, we were totally behind you. Gov, behind the whole administration, but not because we were trying to be good with them or anything. It's because that's just what had to be done for the people. We had to be like, hey, wear your mask, wash your hands. And it just kind of got me that, you know, we went down in the dirt, we went down in the trenches. We were like right on the front lines of this war with, you know, pushing out the good messaging, responsible messaging. And then now that it's PCOR 3 and, you know, blown over, you know, I mean, anyway, whatever. 828. So that's what I'm talking about with the eye roll joke. So if you hear me make an eye roll joke, it's referencing that. Okay.
I'm over it.
I know. All right.
So when the governor allowed the bill to lapse into law,
yes.
I understand that the bill's provisions contemplate that federal funds should be the first option for funding, but even there, I am concerned that issues regarding supplanting may prove insurmountable. Nevertheless, I do believe that if the RISE Act can be legally implemented, it should, and for this reason, that Bill 340 will lapse into law without my signature. I want to say she said it was something like this is kind of like an empty promise, but I have to go back and...
Yeah, anyway, the reason why we're talking about this is because yesterday when we did have the governor on, we did ask her about this RISE Act because you guys keep asking about it. And her answer, which I'll try and cut out and extract for maybe next week, I want to try and reach out to former Senator Regine. Find out, you know, what does she think about this? Because the senators obviously supported it. The governor allowed it to become law, even through her inaction. And frankly, people need the money. They do. That's why they're asking about it.
Here it is. Bill 340's intent is laudable indeed, but as we all know, the government of Guam finances are limited, and authorization to transfer money from funds that are all shortchanged already in the current budget is tantamount to an empty promise.
Right, okay. And so with the $661 million that we're getting, we'd asked the gov, so hey, with this RISE Act, you know, there's no money for it. People are asking about it. She was real like, it was interesting. Her answer, instead of talking about the RISE Act, she talked about the stimulus that's coming out, which is $1,400 and then $1,400 for your dependents. And so in the way that she answered the question, the takeaway I got from it was like, RISE Act, what? You're getting $1,400 stimulus. So
yeah, right. We have one of our online viewers Rosemary, she also indicated yesterday the Biden's bill supersedes the RISE Act.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like she is going to stand behind this law, but have it appealed.
Yeah, which, I mean, it I don't know if it does.
Yeah, she totally didn't answer the question. So
Totally didn't. Totally didn't answer the question. But, I mean, it's unfortunate because, yeah, that 1,400, that's not from you, Governor Lou. That's from the Congress of the United States, RISE Act. You know, that's here. And so it kind of reminds me of my grandma. My grandma would pull this like, why do I have to give you money if you already have money? Well, because we need more money. People are hurting out here. Anyway, what I like to see, you know what I want to see, Rosemary? Sue. Tafen Sue. Let's go to court. Take her to court. Sue for the RISE Act. If that's what you got to do. You know what I mean? 831. Right here on the link, brought to you by East West Rental. Carrier at 647-COOL, IT&E Calvo Enterprises. Good morning. Let's go ahead and do Cover Me, guys, and then we'll get to Annette Uggan, Department of Public Health and Social Services. Next, Cover Me is brought to you by Burger King, where they have the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper. And this is a requeue, Jay.
Yeah, it is. This is actually one of we're requeuing this because this is just so incredibly cool. You don't really see interpretive dance.
You don't, yeah. You don't really see interpretive dance.
And especially like this is very, very artistic. It's basically a single sheet.
Yeah, this is cool.
Set up and propped up in the middle of, like somebody's
Would you guys make fun of me if I did this in my backyard with my clothesline and my, bed sheet out? Because it looks like it's cool, but it looks like something I want to practice in the backyard before I take it out.
You have to see this to believe it. It's amazing.
Okay, so check it out. It is a Cover Me. It's an interpretive dance of Microchild's Chalan Kulebla, Snake Road. Okay, and you got it here on the link. We're back with Public Health next. Good morning. Economy, brought to you by Burger King. Really interesting performance there, Jay.
Yeah,
That's some like high art stuff.
It is art. I mean, it was super cool.
Yeah, it was definitely. You know, unfortunately, I don't think we know the name of the performer, but the song was Microchild, or the artist was Microchild.
Our friend Shannon McManus.
Right, and the song was Chalan Kulebla, and it was basically an interpretive dance that was performed in front. I mean, when you describe it, an interpretive dance performed in front of a hanging bed sheet.
In the backyard.
It doesn't do it justice, right? But it's like what those memes. You had to be there.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, Burger King. Get the BK Big Fish Impossible Whopper on a Fishy Friday, March 12th. KUAM News Zoom Room. We have the Vaccine Operations Chief. That's her COVID title. Annette Uggan of Public Health and Social Services. Annette, it's been a minute. We're so glad to have you this morning.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back.
First of all, guys, nobody's on fire. That is Annette Uggan's security system. And I know there was a public health oversight hearing that we were kind of joking about before we came on, where she was in there and it kept beeping, and you kept seeing all the senators like looking like, what is that? They were checking their smoke detector. I think we had even made a joke here on the show that you needed to change the battery for your smoke detector. But it's the security alarm system. But don't worry, you're not going to hear it after the first 20 times. You kind of get used to it. But Annette, I wanted to just, before we get into it, right, as we're fastly approaching the 1-year anniversary of COVID-19, what a ride it's been. I just want to get just a little bit, if we could, your thoughts on looking back at the past year.
Yes, we've been commenting among ourselves that this is the longest outbreak pandemic response we've dealt with. We've been through H1N1, measles, and pertussis. But yes, it's been a difficult road, but Guam and our people, we persevere. We are strong, government good. And so we have been very cooperative as compared to some counterparts in the mainland. And so yes, we've had some surges and a huge spike, last year, but our people have been very responsive, responsible, and helping us to, flatten that curve. And now we're pushing to increase vaccination. So again, it's just been very challenging, but also rewarding to see that we've pulled together as always, and that, we're taking care of one another and trying to get ourselves back up and, pushing forward and looking ahead to better days.
That's it? 3 sentences? At any point, and at any point this pandemic, I mean, because, one thing I think about as I look back on the last year, I really think that people in my circle, my family, my members were very fortunate and blessed. I mean, my son caught COVID, my 17-year-old boy, he had it pretty bad for a few days. But other than that, like a lot of people in my circle, we were able to escape this pandemic without catching the virus. So that's something that I'm really grateful and happy about. But, when I look back at the past year, it's just been like every kind of emotion that you can imagine all bundled up into, I mean, there was like, Bree, in the beginning, right? There was the anxiety, the fear,
worry,
everything. Right. And now there's like that acceptance. I want to see that, what's that 7 stages of grief chart? I wonder how much of that is, because it was like collectively grieving together. But anyway, I know this ain't therapy and that. You're probably like, God, I got 20 million things to do, Chris. So you're the vaccine operations chief, and I know that you're stationed over there at the University of Guam. Pod, just generally speaking, if you want to just kind of talk about how we've been able to really like make the pivot from the rough spots that we saw when we first stood up the vaccination effort to now it pretty much seems like it's smooth sailing.
Yes, I mean, a new virus, new response, new vaccines that we're pushing out to the community, that we're providing, that our medical providers have also had to get caught up real quickly. These vaccines are coming at a fast pace. New technology used for the mRNA vaccine, for example, and now we have Johnson & Johnson, limited supply, but we have more vaccines on the horizon. But yes, it's definitely something that we always want to learn and improve, make things, as smooth and efficient as possible. The overwhelming numbers that we had, especially with our Manumco 75 and older, that was a great response. And yes, we've learned from that. We've opened up additional sites. Now we've even done smaller ones at the village level. We've added on homebound, and we've increased the number of vaccine opportunities throughout our island. When we first started, it was only public health and the 2 hospitals. Then we added on HSP clinic for their homebound. January, we added in like a few more providers, like 9. And then in February, we had again additional, and we've onboarded some pharmacies. Now we have dialysis centers. So we've gone from 3 vaccination providers to this month. We are looking at now additional providers coming on board to make it 31 providers, be it multi-specialty clinic, a single provider, dialysis centers, even to pharmacies. And so we've also had more vaccinators come out. We've had dentists volunteer, pharmacists volunteer. So again, it just shows that the magnitude of this campaign, that we need all hands on deck. And again, it's an island-wide effort. Public health can't do it alone. The medical providers can't do it alone. We've had GPD, DPW, Public Works. The Guard has stepped up. Our mayor's office has stepped up. Now we're working with the various nonprofit organizations. We've had providers conduct their own outreach for targeted individuals, be it homebound, or at the village level as well, just so that we can continue to offer this vaccine out and provide more opportunities so that people don't have to worry about, only one side and there's a long line. So again, it's something that as we get more vaccines on board, we are definitely trying to increase the opportunities for our residents so that they can avail of this vaccine. And, going back to what you were mentioning earlier, Chris, it really is about hope now. There's hope for that light at the end of the tunnel, because there's something to prevent hospitalization, decrease the severity of should you be exposed to COVID and you didn't get fully vaccinated. And so that's something, again, we do not want a repeat of what happened last fall. That took us all the way right to the holidays with that huge surge. So again, we thank everyone. Media is a part of it too, always out there and pushing the message for us, highlighting the vaccination clinics, who's been vaccinated, the stories that you guys have been pushing out for us to let people know, look, this Manumco is getting it. They're fine. It's safe. Now they can go spend time with their family, go travel to see grandkids that they haven't gotten to see, right? Stuff like that. And so those are some of the things that we appreciate you guys pushing out the positive side. And, with this ongoing effort, yes, it's been a year, it's long, and we're still not done. We have months to go.
What is Public Health's response, though, to this pastoral message that was issued by the Archdiocese of Agana yesterday with regard to the Johnson and Johnson vaccine not being morally accepted, and the call for the Archbishop to give people, a choice? And maybe we are given a choice, but
yes, I there's always the concern, and this is not specific only to COVID vaccine. This is something that childhood and adult immunizations, the concern of anti-vaccination, there's vaccine hesitancy, vaccine safety. However, with any vaccine, again, it is put through the testing process, it's evaluated and monitored, it gets the CDC stamp of approval, not just FDA, but CDC. And so that's what we always wait for. I know there's people who are hesitant to get a certain brand, be it because of the contents of it. There's other individuals who don't want 2 doses, they want 1 dose. And so again, if we could have all the vaccine doses available for the different brands and have preference, it would be great. Again, that's the right of the individual. We're not forcing this on anyone. It's not required for anyone at this point in time. However, we do want people to get fully educated and see the advantages, the benefits of being vaccinated. Because what if your loved one can't receive the vaccine due to they're too young, they're below 16? What if they have medical conditions that contraindicates them from receiving this vaccine? We want you to protect those who can't get the vaccine. And so again, to really go to do the research, valid information, valid sites, and you get educated and avail of the different vaccines that are out there for you. We are definitely not pushing one brand onto you, but there are options out there for you.
So when public health, the VAPC, they authorize the prioritization of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, because that's the one that the church is concerned about. They authorize the prioritization for this particular single dose shot to be administered to homeless, homebound, and the senior citizens that are registered with the adult daycare centers. So how is that going to work? Are people that are in that particular group, are they going to be what if they don't want the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and they want Moderna or they want Pfizer? Are they going to be given that choice?
Yes, we will work with them as much as possible. We do try to bring more than one vaccine brand. The challenge with Johnson & Johnson is it's only 1,300 doses.
Yeah.
We actually have other people calling in and requesting for it. And we're really trying to also focus on, will we be able to see you again and to get that second dose to complete you for Moderna or Pfizer? Because again, we want you to have the full protection available for whatever vaccine brand you choose to get. So yes, if you are hesitant to get Johnson & Johnson and we have more vaccines coming in and making it available, then we'll make that effort. We may not be able to vaccinate you that day, but we'll definitely keep your information and have to either make arrangements for you to go to a different facility or see if we're coming back for a second round and offer you at that time.
We had a question here, Annette. When can people who have had COVID get vaccinated? The website, I guess, I don't know if the CDC or yours, states a person can defer getting vaccinated for 90 days if desired, since reinfection is uncommon. This woman messages me, one clinic pharmacist told me I have to wait 90 days.
Yes, it's recommended 90 days from your exposure due to circulating antibodies. You already have some level of protection in your system. And so due to limited vaccines, we want to afford it to someone who didn't have exposure and, can start to build up immunity. However, it is not a contraindication. So should an individual want to receive the vaccine less than 90 days from recovering from the actual disease, you can still go ahead and give it. It's just we're asking people to work with us because of the limited supply that we have, and that after your 90 days, definitely come back and get the vaccine. But again, if you don't want to wait the 90 days, by all means, it's still okay for you to get the vaccine.
Do you have an update on the vaccines that were administered to the prison population?
We just approved that, ma'am, and so we're coordinating with the GMH, who has nurses contracted there to oversee the inmates' health, and so we're working with them to coordinate the vaccination.
Okay, and it's all of them.
It'll be offered to the detainees and inmates, and again, we're not requiring it, but it's highly recommended because of their congregate setting makes them at high risk.
Yeah. Let's go and bring Janella on to Janella Carrera, of course, public health PIO. Annette, in closing, I want to ask, what are the biggest impediments to reaching that herd immunity by July 21st from what you're seeing going out there and being on the front line with the vaccination effort?
Vaccine availability, the number of doses that we are given on a monthly basis. We saw what happened, last month where we didn't make it through February because the demand is so high, which is great. We don't want to lose that momentum. People here on Guam know the importance of vaccination and protecting themselves, their family and friends and loved ones, and so we want to continue that momentum and have the vaccines available so people don't lose interest and say, you know what, I'm waiting so long, what's the point? So our leadership, from our director to the government, has been constantly requesting from the federal government more vaccines. And by all of the providers pulling together, showing that, you know what, we're burning through the vaccines quickly. We're administering it. We need more. You know, that just has shown over the past few months where we've increased. You know, we had less than 20. We had 17,000 when we first started in December. Then it went to 19,000, 20. So now we're at 35,000 for March. So we're hoping for more vaccines come April, and so that we can continue to increase the number of individuals we immunize in a shorter time frame. And so that's something too that the VAPPC discusses. You know, let's look at dropping the age groups faster. You know, so we've been giving people 3 weeks opportunity as we went from 75, then we dropped it down to 70, down to 65. And so moving forward, because we're getting more vaccines, we're using it quickly, we want to bring in more people so that we can increase the immunization rate to get to that herd immunity, you know, before or by the July target date. And so again, we need the vaccines, and we will work with all our partners to get it out there and put it to people's arms. And then we're just waiting for future guidance from FDA and CDC to drop that age group down, because again, we cannot give anyone below 16 at this time. You know, Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, you have to be 18 and older. So again, we're working to immunize this older population while we protect the younger generation until we can give the vaccines to them once it's been approved and licensed for that age group.
Are you seeing people that may have gotten the first dose of the vaccine and then just saying, you know, I don't want to go back and get the second dose?
We've heard some people have some concerns. Other people are like, you know what, I didn't feel anything. And they're when can I get the second? We've had people coming in too early for the second one because they want to be completed. So again, we want to follow the recommendations and the guidelines, because if we give you too early, you know, we don't want to have any issues. So there have been some issues. Again, please talk to your primary doctor, and so we can allay any fears. And again, there's some people who may not be able to get that second dose because you had an allergic reaction to it, as in with any medication or vaccine. So again, even if you had the first dose and you come back for the second dose, you will be screened to make sure it's okay for you to get the second dose. And unfortunately, there are some people who, you know, you had a reaction, and for your health and safety, it's best you do not get the second dose. And so we do that for every individual, because again, we do not want to do any harm with this vaccine.
How many cases have you had of that where someone's reaction to the first shot was so bad that you said, oh, no second shot for you?
Well, we've been fortunate that we've only had maybe like a handful, and then some of it through further investigation, or they went to the medical doctor, to the hospital, it ended up being something else that they had issue with, and it was just the timing of the vaccine. So we've had 2 or 3 who've, unfortunately, yes, it's an allergic reaction to the vaccine, but 1 or 2 of them, they still want to get it because they see the importance of the vaccine. And so this would be that rare instance where you can't get this Pfizer or Moderna because you had an allergic reaction to dose 1. In this rare instance, we can give you Johnson & Johnson. Because you still want the vaccine, but we don't want you to have any complications from it.
With Johnson & Johnson, because it's still fairly new, is it kind of the same for side effects? And also, you know, when before you could get Pfizer and Moderna, you guys were pushing out that you can't have COVID 2 weeks before, you can't have taken a vaccine 2 weeks before. Is it the same thing with Johnson & Johnson?
Yes. All the precautions still have to be there. Yes, ma'am.
Side effects also still the same?
Yes, same expected side effects. And unfortunately, over the past few months, we've been seeing the younger the individual, the more side effects you may have. So like for those older than 55, they've been getting minimal side effects. And then more recently, I just read it last week about women have more side effects than men. And so again, as we learn more as we go along, the research is being there, information is still being collected about vaccine safety, vaccine side effects. And so again, as this information is gathered, CDC is pushing out to us. There's even that concern about the timing of women getting a mammogram and getting the vaccine. That's something that just came out too, like last week. So for women, by all means, get that annual mammogram. It's very important. But ideally, we want you to get it before you get your vaccine, because they've seen some instances where the women got the vaccine, then they went to the mammogram and there was something questionable on there. And then they thought, oh, that's a possible side effect from the vaccine, that it causes swelling. And so, to reduce anxiety for women, please get your mammogram first before you get vaccine, or wait a month or two if you got vaccinated first to get your mammogram, just so that there's no misinterpretation on your mammogram results.
So you're saying that women experience more adverse side effects from the vaccines than men do?
That's what they're saying. Yes.
It's got to be. It's because of your increased intelligence, right?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Sabrina.
There's a clinic, FSM outreach clinic. How are the numbers with the FSM community getting vaccinated?
Our brothers and sisters in the FSM FAS population is not as high as we would like it to be. And so that's something that Janella has been working with internally, but also with external partners to really get the word out. How can we adjust our strategies to educate them better, or what are some of their concerns, so we can answer that for them and encourage them to come in, reduce that vaccine hesitancy. And again, it should be culturally sensitive to any group here on the island. And, that's something that we do across the board for any public health effort. And so Janella's, been working on that, and how can we go out to reach them, and increase their immunization rates for their community.
Yeah, and so actually GRMC is having a vaccination clinic today from 2 to 5 p.m. And this is primarily for those who are due for their second dose when they had that vaccination clinic last month. But when they had that vaccination clinic last month at GRMC, it was largely successful. And that's because they worked with stakeholders within the FSM organization. And they went out, they engaged the community, they registered a lot of people. And so of the 149 people who were vaccinated that day, over 100 of them were within the FSM FAS community. So it shows that when you engage the community, have people from within their community involved in this effort, it really shows that you can be successful. We want a repeat of that project. And so we're trying to continue that partnership and ensure that they're involved in any project that we do within the FSM population. So for future projects, like for example, rapid engagement team mobilizations, we're going to ensure that members from within the FAS, FSM community are part of the process. We're also working with AMC, GRMC, and we've actually been meeting constantly for the last few weeks with individuals within the FSM Association, FSM Consulate Office. So, this is an ongoing project, and this is not something that's just tied to vaccination and testing. We want to continue this effort even beyond vaccination and testing. We want this to be something that's going to go beyond COVID-19. So I think this is a project that's going to benefit very many people within the FAS and FSM community.
I think this is the first week that we hadn't heard about a community testing.
Yes, you're right. We resumed homebound and village-based vaccination because we did receive our vaccines. So we wanted to really focus on that, but we are going to be resuming COVID-19 testing and possibly trying to do this 2 to 3 times a week. So this is a really huge effort, and we're looking to resume next week. The details haven't been finalized, but we are working on a plan, and whether it's going to be 1 or 2 locations, but we do want to do something where it's 2 to 3 locations every week, offering it to all the people of Guam. So we'll hopefully be announcing that either today or very, very soon, where we're offering COVID-19 testing 2 to 3 times a week, every week.
Is there any update on the ISOFAC facility moving out of Bayview and into a smaller facility?
So we're hoping to get that, the ball rolling on that pretty soon. I think it's really just a matter, in terms of getting the contract out. But again, it's still being discussed and, a matter of just moving things forward. But that's still, I know the last time I spoke with you guys, I said it was a discussion, but I think we're moving a lot closer toward making that happen. But at this point, I really don't know exactly at what point we're at now. But that is still the goal, is to get us out of Bayview and hoping to get us into a different location, whether that's at Dusit or somewhere else.
Did you have any update on any DEH investigations that were conducted since the last time we had you on?
I should have a report, because we do want to start moving forward, have a weekly report out. But I know that our investigators, our inspectors have been going out regularly to restaurants and bars, visiting them, whether it's, I don't know if it's a nightly type of thing, but regularly. And I know that some citations have been issued, but today is Friday. Unfortunately, as you know, our email server is down. So we haven't been able to get them through our regular email avenues. So I'm going to see if there's a different way that we can get that to you. I know WhatsApp has been, one way to do that, but I'm going to see if I can get that to you guys today. But we do compile a report, so I will try to get that to you guys.
Thank you.
Are we still on track for resuming first dose administration of the vaccines? Is it next week? Next week?
Yes, next week. We did. I know that I don't know if Annette had already mentioned this, because I came on a little late, but the VAPPC did approve lowering the age threshold to 50 starting next week.
Okay.
Or officially took that action.
Okay.
All right. That's it. Anything in closing, Annette, before we let you go? Or did I already ask you that? How about second closing?
Second closing now. Thank you again for helping us push out the word. Again, we thank everyone for their patience. We focused on dose 2 this week, but yes, moving forward, we will be offering out to dose 1, and we will be dropping the age group, at a much quicker pace than we did in the past. And so again, we ask for people's patience, but we will, again, as we get more vaccines, we will definitely increase. And thank you everyone for the support. We could not do this without, everyone's support, and for our residents, patience and understanding, and the desire to be vaccinated. But again, still practice those W's, right, of washing your hands, wearing your face mask, and your distance, even if you're vaccinated. And so we can continue to keep our curve flat moving forward. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Annette. Janella.
So nice to see you again, Annette. Yeah.
Good to see you guys too. Thank you.
Right on.
Janella, we asked Annette at the beginning of the interview about it. It's going to be 1 year since this whole pandemic really started. And I guess for you, reflecting back, what has been some of the lessons learned for you, or anything you'd like to say as you look back at 1 year?
Sure. Actually, a year ago, I was still at the governor's office when this happened, and I still remember it, because when Governor Leon Guerrero had to make that painful announcement, we were at the Office of Homeland Security, Civil Defense, and I think just a week before, or maybe a couple of weeks before, she had to do her State of the Island address, where at the time she was able to state that COVID-19 had not yet hit our shores.
Right.
And just a week or two later, we had to make that announcement that it did. And now a year later, God, so much has happened since. lots of lessons learned. You're right. Lots, many of them painful. And earlier I was listening to you, lots of emotions, different emotions, many of them painful. So many lives lost. Many people have been sick. But we've I think as an island, we've gotten through so much, and I think one of the lessons that we've learned through all of this is that we're still so much resilient. And as a people, one thing that I appreciate throughout all of this is that despite all of the rhetoric and the negative comments, which can be really ugly at times, there's a community in all of us that we all come together. So I do really appreciate all of that. And being in the public sector, and working with people like Annette, Director Art St. Augustine, and all of the government employees who've been behind the scenes and trying really hard to save lives, all the nurses, the EMTs, I think what you don't see behind the scenes is that we really do, the work that we do really is to benefit the people of Guam. It really is, to try and save as many lives as possible. So, we don't see it as much, we don't say it as much, but we know it in our hearts that what we want to do is really good, is for the good of the people. So just wanted to put that out there.
All right. Well, thank you for everything you've done. You've been very accessible throughout this whole pandemic, and we really appreciate you and your help in lining up some of these interviews, especially like with Annette and
Dr. Pobutsky.
Yeah.
She's my favorite. I mean, Annette, I love you too, but I like Dr. Pobutsky because she don't cut around. She's like, it's not over.
Sorry.
It's never over. It's a pandemic. They last for years. I didn't like that. I like, it's like she's great. Salt, you're sugar.
She's great.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
Of course, anytime.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Take care.
God bless you, and thank you guys for your service.
God bless too.
Right on.
Thanks. Take care.
There you go. Yep, one here. When is it? Is it Monday?
Yeah, the 15th. 15th.
It is Monday's going to be. Okay,
Oh,
I remember distinctly.
Yeah, we went to that press conference.
Sunday evening at 6:33 p.m., March 15th of 2020. Sabrina and I were live streaming something, and the governor came right out. I mean, there were all of the cabinet members. I mean, we're going to save this for Monday and basically do a recreation, but the governor came right out and did not waste any time. And she goes, "It is my duty to inform you, my dear people of Guam, that we have 3 cases."
I was thinking about what Janella had said about the State of the Island address last year, and you're right. The governor did say we were COVID free, and then it was like a week after that the virus had hit. So
yeah, it was a Sunday. I don't even know why we were here, Jason. Was there another breaking story that day?
No, it was a Sunday, and we were both coming in to do some paperwork, and then you actually asked me, and you're like, "Hey, you want to go around to a couple stores in Dedio and try and find hand sanitizer?" Because at that point it was very difficult to find, and we went to 11 different mom and pop stores.
yeah, so it wasn't like we just started paying attention to COVID when we had the first cases during
we
Guam.
started having the stories about the PUIs,
right?
And
because Korea was happening, Italy was happening, China was happening.
I think we all knew.
It was just a matter of time.
Yeah. And then Sabrina and I, we did some more paperwork, and it was at around 5:15, and we were both actually leaving. We were walking out the door together, and then we both get this message from Crystal, and she goes, "Hey guys, we're gonna do something," and then Bree just said, "Okay, well just off the record, is there a case here?" And she goes, "You guys better get down here," and we're like, "Okay," and it was I mean, we plan we plan to do something on Monday. We're gonna.
Just to change the subject.
No, we're gonna take a look back at the year that has been. But I mean, it was. I sometimes when I go to sleep, I still see that moment of when we were live streaming and the governor up at the podium and it's such a vivid memory. It's burned into my psyche now. You know, I still see when she made that first announcement.
Right.
And for those of us that have worked in the media long enough, you know, there's always this like low buzz when, like, if the chief of police announces that there's a murder investigation, or civil defense says there's a really big storm coming. There's always like this, you know, they kind of whisper to each other, or they say
It was all hands on deck at that press conference.
And then when the governor said that, I mean, you could have heard a pin drop in the room. I mean, it was unbelievably silent.
JQ was there, chief of police was there,
Yeah.
Esther Agagi was there. You knew something.
And they all had this super serious look on their face, and you know.
Right, and here we are. And it was what, like, so that was Sunday, and then Tuesday, was it Tuesday that you came and said, hey, let's go do a radio show?
No, that was
No,
the very
Sunday,
next day.
yeah, Sunday was the press conference. Monday, you know, all that night I was thinking we have to do something, you know, it's
Right.
kind of like a huge deal. And it's like, how can we get out information the quickest? And then I saw you came in. I was like, hey, would you be willing to do a radio show, an interactive show?
For 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah, I remember that.
And here we are, 52
yeah, it's gonna be
weeks
2
later.
weeks. Right. It almost reminded me of how the governor in the beginning, it would be like they declare an emergency for 2 weeks at a time, and they just kept declaring it for 2 weeks at a time. That was her with it. The show's gonna be just a couple weeks. After a couple weeks, it's like, we're gonna do 2 more weeks. And now it's been a year. But you know, it's been great. I'm always itchy to go on the radio, always. Right, that's my center.
It's like a homecoming for you, right?
Yeah, but for Bree to just think of the idea, really, and it really, to me, radio it's always going to be there. I mean, technology, it comes and goes, and we're multimedia, of course, but to me, the radio is almost like the fireplace, right? As when there's a disaster, a typhoon, or whatever, just at our generation anyway, we're trained like, oh, you could go turn on the radio.
But, you know, it wasn't just radio.
Of
it
course.
was still
Yeah.
Facebook.
Because I was
It
excited. I was
still
like, yeah,
digital.
radio,
Like, let's
radio.
bring the full power of KUAM.
Yes,
And I'm different
totally.
because I'm the IT guy. So,
Totally.
so I'm like, we have to leverage every single digital platform we can because
Yep.
we're going to reach out to the world now. And
Yeah, I was so excited because I was like, yeah, radio, nice. I'll come to work in my Bahaki. And then you're like, no, it's going to be streamed, Facebook Live. They will see you. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But you know what? Our little secret, I've been wearing Zori to work for 1 year.
I wanted to say something because you were mentioning to Annette about like the Zori thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and of course the one thing that makes us for you mainlanders, the flip flops, right?
For you mainlanders.
Yeah. So the one thing that makes a Zori, right, is the strap. And Joe Sir knows because you know, but the Spartans, right? The Spartans. You could buy a bag of 30, right? I remember when my family and I we took a vacation to Hawaii in 1988. I don't know if you ever knew this. No, 1987. I'm sorry. And in Hawaii for a while, they were trying to make strapless Zoris.
Huh?
You would buy like you would buy the bottom of the sandal, and it would come with this adhesive, and you put it on the ball of your feet and beneath your big toe and beneath your little toe, and you would like just press down for like 10 seconds, and the adhesive was it was waterproof and it was sweat proof. So in theory, it would keep the Zori on your foot without a strap all day long.
I got to Google this.
It didn't work. I mean, it didn't take off because, I mean, you know, people be proud of their Zoris. Do you think if they ever brought that back, you would try? Would you ever even?
I thought we were talking about 1 year anniversary of COVID.
Yeah, I checked out when
Yeah.
you guys
Yeah.
started talking about that.
Okay.
You mentioned so strapless Zori. It was a thing.
Okay, there you go.
Sorry, yes, it was. I had a pair. But
Did
okay,
you?
we
What?
got-
You had strapless Zori?
So what is it,
Yeah.
like super glue on the bottom?
Yeah, it's just like a little sticky thing.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
Wow, that's-
But it sucked. It totally sucked.
Did it
totally,
work?
totally.
Okay.
Totally.
Did it fall off or?
Yeah, after a while.
And I mean,
It was, you know, it was cute. Oh, cute. I got, you know, no strap Zoris. And then after like a half an hour, oh, shit, I need a pair of Zoris.
Yeah.
No, and like part of the fun of Zoris is when you go to the beach at the end of the day and everything, you got like that tan line of where your Zori was. I mean, that's.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, right on. Thanks, Jay, for taking it in left field as usual. 9:15.
Barry Bonds right here.
I know this guy. This guy. 9:15. We're gonna take a real quick break, and coming up we got Sergeant Paul Tapau.
Yep.
Yes, of the Guam Police Department. Next, right here on the link.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Today could be the worst day. It's the last that I will see.
Kids from Chuk leaving Friday. Business 9:23. Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Sarge, good morning.
Hey, half a day. Buenas.
Half a day.
Saludos and Biba Mes Tomorrow.
Viva.
Well, it's good to have you on.
It is.
Looking good.
Hey, it's always an honor to be invited with on your guys' show. I really do enjoy the dialogue, the hard and really straightforward, tough questions. I think it's great. It helps build us with the better ties with the community. So thank you for all that, and thank you for everything that you guys have done for the Guam Police Department and the greater community, and allowing us to share our information, and of course, holding that relationship with the community members. So thank you guys.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, but we had the governor on yesterday, Mm-hmm.
She was great. I gotta admit, she was, she was on point. She was smooth. She was flowing and everything. And, I gotta commend because, as a fellow Sinanian, you gotta give it up to us Sin City peoples,
Sinanian.
Well,
Yeah,
if you just found out you were getting $661 million, I think you would be in a very good mood.
It's good for the island. I think,
Yes.
prosperous times are ahead of us. Well, not so much prosperous times, but, a great opportunity to recover. And, I think it's the sacrifices that were made, and of course the challenges that were bestowed during the onset of the pandemic and where we are now. I think moving forward collectively as a community, and understanding where our foresight way of thinking is going to come from this community, I think we can all pull through this together, and it's going to take everybody's effort. So it's a good thank you for everybody's effort in bringing the our community spread, bringing the COVID positives down and everything. And at one point in time, it was scary.
Yeah.
But if you have an opportunity to get vaccinated, ask yourself that question: what would you rather have, a jab in the arm or deal and endure COVID? So I think we're seeing a lot of great things happening nationwide, worldwide. Some of the studies are coming out, so the opportunities are here. Guam has, what we're seeing on Guam versus the stateside, the U.S. mainland, is we have an opportunity to get our herd immunity going and moving in the direction that we need it to go.
Yeah, we did. You heard from, well, I'm not sure if you were on, but we talked to Public Health, Janella and Annette, it being 1 year come Monday since COVID actually hit Guam, and we asked them to reflect on the past year. We'd like to ask you now to reflect on the past year.
Wow, it was really challenging. Looking back, I personally, my family, my immediate, I'm talking my mom and my wife and my kids, we were one of the very few to be quarantined. Uncertainties, unknowns. Patient, I think patient 3 was, my mom was exposed for 2 full days. And, the lack of information thereof, because COVID was new. We had presentations by public health, but overall, my personal feeling, it was scary. It was really talking to your kids, talking to minor kids about the next step and what needed to be done in the event. Whenever you have to talk to a, somebody who's not prepared for the in the event conversation, it's a grim reality that, we had to prepare for that. But speaking on behalf of the department, we've the Guam Police Department, I want to say when the numbers, we had one of the highest rates of COVID positive, working diligently with our management, our chief, and ensuring that we were able to mitigate that. And look where we are now, understanding COVID, how to mitigate it, the proper PPEs. We are now the only agency that is able and is, to test our arrestees and our personnel for COVID-19, thanks to public health and of course the efforts of Chief Stephen Ignacio and the acting police commander, Major Manny Chung. So looking at where we were and where we are now, I think we've gone leaps and bounds with addressing and dealing with COVID-19 in our agency. And, our guys, who have tested positive have, I want to report, have recovered, are back on service or in service. So it's really, the moments where we report our positivity rates are slightly climbing. It's really, as a police officer, as a brother in blue, that's always our main concern is how do you maintain and protect that thin blue line is when your brothers in arms are greatly affected. But, the attitude, the morale, and everybody pulling together, being able to adapt to the many changes, things changed in instance, and the direction of the chief to the acting police commander and down to the troop level was really a flawless stream, and streamlining information was really important. And there were some challenges. I would be the first to admit, from a PIO's perspective, in receiving and of course disseminating information, but these challenges were needed so that we can better the service, not just for our agency or the government and the entire community. We needed to see this so that we can better ourselves as we move forward. But it was interesting, it was scary. We've learned from our mistakes, and we were able to pull through. And we had some bumps and bruises along the way, but that's associated with the line of work that we frontliners, we knew that we were going to be exposed to it. But nonetheless, our men and women courageously, I want to commend them for all their efforts, and I want to thank the family members, the support group. That's important in understanding what it's like to be a spouse of a frontliner. The wives, the husbands, the kids, that the uncertainty, it's like, it's there. So, again, thank you to the family support mechanism. I think it's essential. It's very, very essential for first responders. So, we're here now, 1 year. We have, I think we're starting to see a better picture moving forward. And, I'm very optimistic now in how our island and our community, our greater community, is going to be able to deal with COVID and addressing COVID-19 moving forward.
Right. Can you give us an update on the fatal crash in Dededo?
Sure. So we had, that, Adriana, she did a great story, and she asked that hard question about is this one of the most horrific crashes that you've seen? I mean, reflecting back, by far, I think that's well up there with some of the crashes that I've investigated and everything. But for an update right now, what we are doing is our officers, our traffic investigators, they were at the site yesterday, I believe, for the duration of the morning hours, getting some more evidence, doing their mapping, their field mapping. We are going to be doing more interviews with the immediate family members. Hopefully, we can identify the fatal, who was listed as the male operator, so that we can, move forward with the case. We're waiting for the toxicology report so that we can determine if alcohol or any other impairment were factors of the crash. And we do want to note that, I failed to report that at the time of the crash, it was reported that the roads were wet, during the time of the crash. So understanding that also needs to be factored in with the crash investigation. That's going to be incorporated, and of course, compilating the speed calculation and putting everything together with the events leading up to the crash. But for now, what we're waiting for is the positively identifying the fatality for this crash.
Mm-hmm.
we were able to obtain information of the passenger, but again, due to HIPAA regulations, and we're going to refrain because I believe the individual is still being cared for by physicians and of course the medical staff at the Guam Regional Medical City.
So can you tell us what condition? Critical, stable, in ICU?
The last I reported wasn't critical but stable, so that's a good thing. And there was no information other than any changes of the status, because there's a 24 to 48 hour time frame where things can move for the greater, and it can slowly crash or greatly crash, in the events of things happening internally that the physicians may have overlooked. So I think we've passed that 48-hour gateway. So I want to say that because they listed him critical stable, that he's moved to stable. But again, we're going to wait and get more confirmation from our traffic investigators as to the condition of the passenger who was able to, receive treatment at Guam Regional Medical City.
Are you able to give us any ages of the driver or the passenger?
So we're waiting. I've been waiting for the traffic investigators. Like I said, they were out and about yesterday at the crash site. So there was some concerns with the identity of the driver. So again, we want to be able to report the accurate information that we can. So we're waiting for additional family members to confirm, or next of kin to confirm the identity of the operator of the vehicle. But as we get that, I'll be able to provide that to the greater media.
What about the AutoPed in Barragata, Manila? Was anyone ever arrested?
No, that's still ongoing. We were faced with the challenge of identifying the victim in that auto pedestrian crash by Route 10 and the road. I think it's Lejeng Drive or Lejeng Road. We were able to get some sort of confirmation from a family member, but the family member was traveling from Hawaii to Guam, so the individual was in quarantine. That's the last information that I got from our traffic investigators, that we are just awaiting the family member of the victim from the Route 10 crash, the fatal crash, to be released from quarantine. So once we get that and we sit down with the next of kin, get more information, we'll provide it again to the greater media. Again, this is our third fatality for the year. March, when you look at the calendar year, we are in the third month of the year, our third fatality. So we need to monitor and track, what's happening with our fatalities on the roadway. But it's our AutoPed. I believe this was our second AutoPed. The other one that was reported was recovering or is recovering and was listed in stable condition. I believe that was 2 weeks ago up at the Route 1 by 76. And we had the other fatality right by Revenue and Taxation in Route 16. So these cases are still under investigation by our traffic investigators at the Guam Highway Patrol Division.
What about the Jerry's Kitchen crash?
Yeah, what about the Jerry's Kitchen crash, Sarge?
That's, Chief Stephen Ignacio has requested or instructed the traffic investigators from Highway Patrol to do a follow-up investigation. Again, this is really moving forward with, the concerns from the community and, maintaining the public trust with the community. And, we want to be able to be as transparent as possible when it comes to cases, especially when we have to protect the integrity of each case. But, as we've been reporting, the case was issued, the operator was issued a citation for imprudent driving based on, what the videos that were circulating and stuff, right? It pretty much is in line with the synopsis that was written by the author of the preliminary officer. So again, the concern was an off-duty officer was present at the time of the crash or was listed as the occupant of the vehicle that was involved in the crash. So, to maintain the public trust of the community and of course the concerns, Chief Stephen Ignacio has issued has asked or tasked the investigators from our traffic Highway Patrol Division to conduct the follow-up. So that's still ongoing. As information is provided from the findings that they get, we've requested, the Guam Police has requested surveillance footage from the respective establishments that are in that area, and of course the respective landlord of the building, so that we can better expound more on the concerns. And of course, should any findings develop, we'll provide that information to the media and of course the greater community. But rest assured, we're moving with a follow-up investigation to this.
So, but going back to what was said about this crash, the driver was not drinking, was not under the influence of anything.
No, it wasn't listed that a standardized fuel sobriety test was administered. The only thing that was noted was the issuance of the citation of imprudent driving. So the synopsis and everything is pretty much it's consistent with the video that is circulating and that was released on the social media platforms.
So I'm sorry, did you say no drinking, no DUI, no DWI, no anything?
No standardized fuel sobriety test was administered. So it was listed. So
wait, no test was administered
during the time of the investigation. So when it really is reasonable suspicion to believe that you may have impairment. So I'm speaking on me as a traffic investigator. If there was just reading the report in itself, if no standardized fuel sobriety test was administered, then it's indication that there is no reasonable suspicion to believe that the operator may be impaired. So people, again, it's the optics in itself, right? Yeah. So there's opinions and stuff, right? Yeah. But being there and seeing and doing the investigation, if the investigating officer or the preliminary officer felt that there was no need for a standardized fuel sobriety test, then Sabrina, you've attended our DUI training. You see what goes into it. So there's a greater science to it.
Yeah.
And now we're moving into the advanced roadside impaired investigation. So these are tools in which our patrol officers are equipped with, not just to detect drunk driving. We are also able and capable of detecting impaired driving other than alcohol, such as illicit drugs. So as indicated, it was not listed that a standardized fuel sobriety test was performed relative to this investigation.
I wonder if the officer had seen the surveillance footage that everyone has seen, would the determination have been different? Because when you watch that surveillance footage, it's like, holy.
That's a big Jeep. I mean, I don't own a Jeep, but when you're able to, speaking with modified vehicles, I drive
Right.
standard cars because back in the day I've had a modified 4x4, and
They're not really designed to be going that fast, Sarge.
I'm sorry?
They're not really designed to be going that fast when you lift your truck or Jeep or whatever. It's more for looks, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah.
You're right in that. Some Jeeps, some modified vehicles have performance engines and stuff. So
Right,
I mean, we can sit here and talk about how do you modify a vehicle and stuff. And,
they're cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you think about it, 1:30 in the morning.
Yep.
You see a
First
major,
night of bars being open.
Yeah, and a crash like that, I guess, if the police officer didn't feel like, you guys aren't drinking, you're not smoking.
Yeah, but then
again,
also
the optics of everything.
Right,
And, if we take into consideration similar crashes like this, right? So you had a daytime crash that happened in Manila, the complex area, where the car drove into
Pizza Hut.
Yeah. And it really is, inattentive. Like I've stated as a traffic investigator.
Yeah.
3 major factors in a crash is inattentive driving, impaired driving, and of course speed. So these are issues in which we look into. I mean, we've seen runaway vehicles where people have mistakenly disengaged the transmission or the gearing, and you're assuming you're backing in reverse, and then you go forward, and things do happen. So these are again crashes in which we take into consideration.
Right.
But rest assured, we want to ensure the community that a follow-up investigation is being done and it was tasked and ordered by Chief Stephen Ignacio. So once we get the findings and the conclusion of this follow-up investigation, we'll be able to provide more to the greater community and, of course, the media.
I think the wild card is the officer. So to me, this is Guam. To me, when you talk about the optics, it's that officer, off-duty officer. If you have an off-duty officer at the scene of an accident, when another officer shows up, I mean, you can't deny there's that brotherhood, that sisterhood where, yeah. I mean, if I'm a cop, I see another cop, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, guys, just go, or whatever, you know? And that's, I think, where it starts to become an issue.
And here's where we test the integrity, the aspect, right? Yeah. That's Sergeant Paul Tupao gets into the crash. I'm the passenger. My wife is the operator, right? Of course, there's optics to believe and assume that things will happen. I want to stress, and I'm saying this as a former traffic investigator, the track record of our traffic investigators. If you haven't seen what we've done, we've arrested officers before. We found findings in which we've issued citations to officers for imprudent driving relative to official crashes. Off-duty officers who were involved in a crash involving their POVs have, when it was issued, handled by our traffic investigators, we have facts. We base ourselves on facts and evidence and stuff. So, the credibility of each and every traffic investigator assigned to the Highway Patrol Division, it may sound biased because I used to be a former traffic investigator, but it's hard to deny and it's hard to discredit the facts that is presented. So the science that is put in to every investigation, unless you have another reconstructionist sitting opposite of you to dispute your findings, that is the only way that you can discredit it. And I'm going to speak. I'm going to put myself out there because of the fact that our traffic investigators are, these guys. Our track record has shown that we've made arrests on our fellow officers. We've issued citations for reckless driving based on the mannerism in which they were operating. Our fellow officers were operating official vehicles at the time of the crash. So to say that our credibility and stuff, this is where, our traffic investigators come in.
Right. Okay, so Paul, let me ask you this. If you were the responding officer on patrol, you got the call, there's this crash that happened, 1:30 in the morning, you show up and you see this building, this restaurant, it's demolished, and you see the Jeep, and you see whoever the passengers, however many, would you have made them undergo a DUI, field sobriety test?
Honest answers only.
Or would you, or they say, oh, not drunk. Okay, so no need.
Mannerism. So, we got to build reasonable suspicion, right? So
there's a building.
Yeah. Sarge, I get where you're Sarge just has to defend it. He's going to defend the department. And if he says what he would have done.
1:30 in the morning?
Yeah, no, I would totally. I'm not a police officer, but totally 1:30 in the morning. First night of bars being open. High speed, full on through a restaurant window. I'm going to drug test them. I'm going to be like, pee in this cup. You do that, breathe here. Yeah, of course, Bree.
No, I'm asking Paul based on his experience.
Yeah. So hypothetically speaking on my behalf, right, as an investigator, if I was the sole officer there, everything and anything is evidence, right? So we build our reasonable suspicion. We're building evidence, right? The mere conversation that we have, I'm also observing the mannerism of the operator. So I'm getting information, I'm ascertaining information, your date of birth, where do you stay, where did you come from, and so forth, right? And of course, this is where we use our observational skills. As they were retrieving their documents, they bypassed their, we're paying attention to this. As the individual or the operator of the vehicle was standing, I noticed the individual swing. So I'm building my case. If this is not present, I may not have reason to believe that this individual is impaired. I'm using my senses, because of the fact that we do have to wear masks. Your body, if you consume enough alcohol, even will emit out through your sweat glands. So you're able to pick up on this. Slurred speech, where the mask muffles it and everything, but you'll be able to determine that. Bloodshot, watery eyes. And we also have to consider too the crash in itself. We have to consider anxiety, hypertension, because for some people, this may be their first crash that they were involved in. And something in that magnitude, it's like, oh my God, you know, it's like, I'm going to get in trouble, you know, and so forth. So we have to take this into consideration. So there's a lot of things. And, you know, I may sound like I'm defending, and I know the critics are out there, right? But this is what an investigator would do to determine the facts that this person may be impaired. If that was not visible, if that was not present at the time, and again, I'm only speaking hypothetically on my behalf. Now, if I detect something with slurred speech, unable to maintain balance, is fumbling to the documents, these are telltale signs. These are what we call our cues and our clues. I will pick up on that, and then I'll move forward into, I may have reasonable suspicion. Now, do I have probable cause? The probable cause aspect will be, have you been, you know, drinking or anything that may have caused you to crash and stuff like this, right? And I'm listening to facts that are real, and I'm listening to things that are made up where they're not staying to the question. So these are things that an investigator that I'm building. If I see it, then I'll ask to administer the test. If it's not present, I'll just move on with the investigation.
GFD called to the scene? Guam Fire called to the scene? Guam Fire.
I don't know. I apologize. I don't have the copy of the report with me, so.
All right.
Well, I'm sorry that you got to, you know, be in that position where
Only one police officer responded?
usually something like that, you see like the whole precinct will show up just to be like, whoa, damn, dude, how'd this happen?
Yeah.
Right.
I know it's really, it's from people, you know, for the community to see from our perspective and how we conduct investigation. And, you know, I'm leaning on Grieve there because she was a part of our, you know, our A-Right training and being able to detect this. The science that we put into this, it's great. There's an 88-90% chance that once we administer the horizontal gaze and stagnance, and there's signs to show that there's, you know, the 6 indicators, we know that this person is impaired. But we need to build up to that. It's the same thing like doing a traffic stop. The mannerism and how they're operating their vehicle, weaving and swaying, we may think that this person is drunk, but when we start to investigate, I'm tired, I just got off work, you know, I've been working 16, 17 hours. You don't detect the alcohol, you don't see the dilating of the eyes, you just see, you know, okay, you know, let's try and pacify this. So we need to incorporate these things. We can't just assume that because you crashed that you're impaired, because people do crash. And this is why, you know, we fall into the basic crash investigation. It's really determining the 3 major factors in the crash: is inattentive driving, speed, or impaired driving. So, you know, putting the methods into your investigation will lead into it. But, you know, this is a good conversation to have with coffee and maybe
or beer. It sounds like more of a beer conversation.
I'm proposing that we go back into crime time so that we can have a full segment to discuss this. So, you know, I mean, it's a great opportunity. Once the pandemic eases up and stuff, you know, I'm putting that to your manager out there, if she's listening, you know, but, you know, it's try to restart it up because, you know, I think being able to provide the greater information when we did it with Crime Time, there was a greater understanding about the mythology and how police operate. So, you know, I mean, and we don't piss in a cup to see if that's
I'm just saying, like, if I go on the scene, it's 1:30 in the morning on the first night, the bar's open, and I see that, I'm just going to, like, I'm just saying, well, in this case, I would act, you know.
But, you know, I mean,
but I'm not a cop.
This conversation at the house, you know, this is our dinner conversation and stuff, but, you know, it is. And you know, again, we'll let the facts speak for itself. You know, once we get the findings from our traffic investigators, Stephen, you know, we continue to maintain that trust, the transparency, and of course the integrity of every investigation. So, you know, moving forward, this is the commitment from Chief Steven Ignacio to the community. He's been very open. He's been on the show many times. You know, and to see this from an agency head, especially coming from the Guam Police Department, I think it's significant to speak that our agency leader wants to remain continues to remain transparent, and everybody follows suit. You know, in understanding that our role as public servants is that we are held to a higher standard. And you know, we've ventured with a partnership with the Office of the Attorney General of Guam in reference to the allegations, and we're working collaboratively with them with the Mark Mayo trial, and of course the mayor, the Zonia Mayor trial, where allegations of police involvement. The chief has committed with the Office of the Attorney General, Levin Camacho, in moving forward with to see, just to really harp down and you see the change, because Sabrina, you asked me the question, how does this feel? How does this make me feel about knowing that there's maybe some officers? I personally, it's not having it.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Paul. We can talk
guys.
offline about crime time.
Yeah, let's go talk off the record about this.
All right.
Let's have a cup of coffee. I think 6 feet distancing. Did you get vaccinated? The CDC had recommended that if you vaccinated, we can actually sit down and remove the mask. So
We're trying to
I
figure
ain't
out.
removing my mask.
We're trying to figure out where media fits in essential, and that, judging from that eye roll we got yesterday, not really sure that we're near the top. So. Thank you,
There's an
Sarge.
opportunity. You might want to reach out to Captain Mark Scott, to find out the availability, and of course, moving forward, Johnson & Johnson's here. It's a game changer.
Oh no, I don't want no baby fetus in me.
All right, guys. You take care.
Thank you,
Stay
Sarge.
safe.
Thank you.
Viva Mestre Moro.
Yeah,
Viva.
that's it.
Viva
Viva
Moro.
Mestre Moro there. Let me just read some of the comments here. I love Sergeant Tapel. He's just doing his job. You know what I mean? Jesse May Borja. Person's car pulled over for broken taillight. Arrested. Person's car goes through building glass doors and windows. Case closed. RJ comments, the damage that was done to the building wasn't enough to require a field sobriety test. Come on, man. We weren't born yesterday. Gilda Tovis, all these accidents, maybe all the auto body and shops need to be inspected, dealers and private. Okay, I don't know where that is. Yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. Come on. I think the key thing there is that officer who was a passenger, I think that was their in, and they were able to just waltz away for whatever. Because, I mean, yeah, we're not cops, but we're also not idiots. I think that's the main takeaway here. 9:54, ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the one and only, the inimitable Jason Solis.
Not even a word.
Is it? I'm trying to. It means like no one can imitate you. I probably said it wrong.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know what is the word, and especially because it is tomorrow, is art, and there definitely is a very distinct line that we can draw between and connecting art and politics. And our friends over at Humanities Guahan have put on a wonderful event to do just that. So right now in the KUM News Zoom room, I got several distinguished members of our island community, some friends of mine from Humanities Guam, Dr. Kimberly Keeling, who is always welcome here at KUM. Doc, I hope you're enjoying the virtual parking space that we've set aside for you always at KUM. Unmute, please.
Of course. Thank you, Jason, for having us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Chris, for reaching out.
Certainly. And of course, this is Art and Sovereignty, our artist responses to democracy and Chamorro self-determination. That is the event. Dr. Melissa Taitano is the moderator. I can't wait for that. So, Doctor, Hafide, very good to have you here. Okay, oops, and you're muted.
There we
Okay.
go. Thank you very much, Jason.
Okay, and I was gonna say it's very, very fitting that we're doing an art and visual impact forum and everything, because you're actually using the virtual background of Zoom that I enjoy the most. You're using that blur one, which I think is super cool.
Right.
So thank you
You
for
got
that.
good taste. What can I say?
I need that real life filter for my face, just like a
Oh,
little
God.
off blur. I'd probably be like David Hasselhoff all the way.
Well, Kara Flores is a very good friend of the program over here, and I have had the good fortune of interviewing her on many occasions. She has done a tremendous amount of work in art and in production over the years. So, Kara, thank you for joining us. Good to have your contributions.
Up today, Jason. Thank you for having us.
All right, haven't seen you in forever, so I'm just glad I'm reconnecting with friends here on the show. So, thanks so much for joining us. And of course, what would a proper art show be without the one and only Rick Castro, who has forgotten more about art than most of us will ever know. You know, island-wide respected, internationally known, and globally feared for his prominence in art. Rick, how today, my friend?
Up to day, Jason. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so I'd like, and you all can just jump in as you see fit, because when it talks about drawing the parallels or the connection between art and politics. It's a very well established synergy, if that's even the word, you know, like, and how is art connected to what we go through as Guamanians, and particularly as Chamorros, when it comes to our political play?
Is that a question for me or for Kim?
Yeah, no, whoever, you know, just jump in. I mean, it's round robin, so. You know.
So I think the artist should answer those questions. I'm
Yeah, I
not
was
an
gonna say,
artist.
church isn't for another couple days, so you don't be afraid of speaking out of turn.
Can you repeat the question, Jason?
Okay, so basically, like, how do we actually, how do we come to appreciate the link between art and politics, with what we go through as, you know, Guam's history and what we've had to go through with our, you know, our, let's call it, contentious political climate?
Rick, do you want to take this one, or you?
Yeah, I think what Jason's trying to say, guys, and maybe let me just paraphrase, is he's trying to talk about, like, and maybe I'll just take over here for this question. Kind of like the responsibility that artists have. I feel that there's a certain responsibility that artists have to kind of chime in and comment and discuss and have conversations about political and social issues. And so I really like this, like, intersection of art and sovereignty. And so that's what we're kind of doing here, is this is unincorporated voting voices and visions para Guahan and art and sovereignty, artists' responses to democracy and Chamorro self-determination. This is happening tomorrow, okay, 11 to 12:30. And I know we don't want to give out any spoilers, but just if you could, and I kind of know you guys, so I kind of know what you're going to say, basically. But what is your response to democracy and Chamorro self-determination? And maybe kind of the irony of talking about and having a response to democracy in a place and a people that haven't had the right to self-determine their political future. Doctor?
Well, I think I can chime in just real quick, just to add to that, to your response there, Chris. And that is, I think, at the root of things, right? Our political status, our human experience filters through and manifests in many ways, and particularly for artists, the living experience of being here in Guam, being Chamorro, you know, you can't separate out that part of the living experience, which manifests again as art. So I think I'm also very excited about this particular forum, because a lot of people don't necessarily, you know, look at art and think that it has anything to do with politics. And in many ways, just the idea of Chamorro self-determination, for example, as a sentiment or the process of decolonization is not strictly, you know, determined by what our political status is. Colonization, settler colonialism, all of that is a kind of living experience, and in that way, it connects to how artists express it through their particular medium.
Rick?
I'm going to jump in.
Yeah,
Chris.
go ahead, Karen.
Do you mind if I take a moment?
Yeah.
You know, and I'm going to kind of depoliticize the conversation a little bit, because, you know, at NIHI, there's a lot that we do intentionally around education, whether it's decolonization, land, ocean, all of those things. But I think as artists, self-determination is really just about creating from who we are. Like, it's starting with who we are and what we know, and recognizing that, or maybe even not recognizing that there's something unique and beautiful about that, and just authentically creating from that place. So I think whether it's Rick painting or Carrie carving or me making a film about my grandma, those aren't necessarily political acts, but they can definitely, they definitely make a statement to our kids that who we are is special, and that we have a unique view or a unique viewpoint, or a unique, we have something magical to bring to the world, I would say. So yeah, Indigenous imagination, I think, is maybe not as political as sometimes we make it out to be.
Rick?
Yeah, well, in reference to my own art, using it as a political tool is, that's like the furthest thing that you would see from mine. But in a subtle way, I eventually stumble on it. For example, I was doing some paintings of the Paget Coast, and I got this request from a collector saying, "Can you do a painting for my husband?" And this was Jen Camacho, married to Attorney General. And I said, "Sure. What's the painting you want me to do?" And she said, "I'd like you to do the Paget Coast. I saw your painting of the Paget Coast, and I'd like to surprise him." And I was kind of like, confused as to why she chose that. And then she mentioned that he helped in preventing access with the military for using with the target range. So sometimes I stumble on it indirectly through my art.
But Rick, do you think
that's one example of that?
Yeah, but do you think that just existing as Chamorro hasn't had the right to determine and also just being colonized? Do you think that just innately it colors your art in ways that maybe you didn't even realize?
I think indirectly it does. Just with our family, our own struggles in getting access to being landlocked on a military base makes a subtle statement in that sense. So when I do my landscapes, I guess I sort of do them one of the only things we have that's really close to ourselves as natives and Chamorros. So although my art doesn't really, you couldn't say it's political art in that sense, but the fact that I'm trying to bring awareness to what little land we have left as far as being, a marketable commodity and the value it has to its people. So, if anything, I see the art and how I'm doing the local Junglescape series for Guam as bringing an awareness to that. And, it's not necessarily a snapshot of these places that I'm painting throughout the island, but it's really more like the hidden beauty of it.
Yeah.
So we're so used to looking at Guam in a nutshell as far as what's exposed, the obvious landmarks, to Lover's Point. But I wanted to go beyond that and go even further, venture into the jungle, and remind us that we still have a lot of hidden areas. As small as we are, there's a lot of hidden areas that we should be reminded of that is still here. They still exist, and they haven't been spoiled by overdevelopment, so to speak.
Yeah.
Whether it be by our tourism industry or the federal government.
Rick, I think that's really cool because you're so famous for your art. I mean, it's just an institution, right? But I don't know if a lot of people, I didn't know anything about just the stuff that you shared with us here. But when we talk about just being Chamorro and being colonized and not having that self-determination, I think with Carrie, right? So she's diaspora. So she's someone who is living, thousands of miles away from her home. And so when she does her carving, I'm pretty sure that, colors everything that she does. And with Kara, right? Growing up in these circumstances, I'm pretty sure that's why when we watch Nihi, I watch it. I see so many things that are indigenous, and I really hate to call Chamorro self-determination political, because I don't think that it's really political in the way that we usually, on Guam, right? When you say, oh, politics, you're talking about partisan politics, and self-determination, it's not a partisan issue, right? So I don't like this like kind of apologetic word like, oh, we're not, it's not political, because it's not. I mean, I just think that it's in us, right? This is how we're raised. I mean, me being a product of, a half American father, a Chamorro mother. I mean, I live it, right? We're, straddling all these different worlds, and it just colors like everything that we do in life from our perspective, whether or not you're an artist. And so that's why I think this is, it's pretty cool, because it's just providing a lot of insight into maybe some of the whys, right? Doctor?
Are you talking to me or Melissa?
Oh, there's how many doctors are there here?
I'll turn it over to Melissa.
Sure.
I find this conversation pretty fascinating because, as Chamorros and as islanders, a kind of proximity and closeness to land and to our, our ecological landscape, the fact that Rick, in Rick's example that he gave about land and his connectedness, that it almost, just because we're in the kind of political environment that we are, that something as benign as painting, as seemingly benign as painting beautiful landscapes, is actually kind of, wow, is that political? You have to ask that question, right? So it's almost in reverse. It's almost like just by being an artist and just having a personal expression, which of course, living and growing up here in Guam, we can't escape the kind of the relationship that we have with the United States and the kind of education that we've gotten, but just the conversation that Rick talks about land, and he's doing landscapes, that in and of itself becomes political only because of our political situation.
Right, and where Rick, you might be looking at a painting like, oh, that's such a pretty landscape, and then you're like, oh, where is it? Oh, that's my land that was taken unjustly by the federal government, and then so suddenly it just changes, right?
In fact, that's pretty much how the Junglescape series started.
Right.
I was doing some landscapes of the beach property up there at Anderson, and my pari, who was your former father-in-law, said, hey, Rick, why don't you, Joe Babalta, he says, why don't you do a series of junglescapes or jungle scenes of the entire island? And so he kind of planted the seeds of that. And at the time, I didn't really think anything of it. I said, okay, it's derived from my demos. So I started to do it intentionally and sort of hiking into the different areas. And what I realized is, some of the areas that I would have to sneak in, like the Fina Lake area. I had one commission that I had to do, and they said, I want you to paint Fina Lake. And I said, I have no access to that. And he says, don't worry, I'll get you access. And we ended up going through the back way through farmland. It took us an hour to get there. And then when I got there, I was told to lay low as I took my photographs of the area, so I can do the painting for the guy. And I just, I'm like, why am I hiding? This is, this is a Navy property, and we're not supposed to be here. And then I finally realized, I'm like, man, this is such a beautiful place, but the entire island is literally locked away from this area. And, just looking at the expanse of Fina Lake really opened my eyes to just how much the military controls and how much land is really sort of put away where we have no access to it. And so when I looked at the lake, I figured, man, people have to see this. And I ended up doing like a half a dozen paintings of Fina Lake. And, I finally realized that, if people can't have access to these hidden areas, then I felt obligated to at least do something that could bring awareness to really how much land is being put on hold by the federal government, and how, we still have these pockets of beautiful landscape that we can't even control. We're pretty much at the mercy of the military. And, but, the purpose of my work basically is letting people know we still have it. It's still here, albeit, in a restricted manner. everywhere I went, where I'm doing paintings of the Janapson property on Anderson, paintings of the Paget Coast, which was in turmoil with the proposed firing range, and then the Fina Lake. I mean, I inadvertently kept doing paintings that had this sort of network connection to the military in some manner. And I was thinking, where can I go where the military has no say? And it was really, really tough for me to find anything. So that's when I started hiking to areas like Tarzan Falls, Talafuful Falls, Seti Bay, and really needed to expand my work beyond that and say, okay, not all the treasured areas of the island are being, controlled by the military. We need to let people know that everywhere on this island is precious. It's precious, and we need to basically become aware that we could be stewards of our own island, basically. In that sense, I think just doing the landscapes in that subtle manner will fulfill my role as an artist.
A lot of insight here. Rick, because I think with people, like I said, you're so famous, your art's widely accepted, but I don't think anyone ever heard, at least on this platform, you discuss like what goes into these paintings. And like I said, I feel like us just being here, it was funny when he said that we're not supposed to be here, yet here we are, right? But just us being here, we're living this art of, who we are and our story. Kara, because we're like way over. But I wanted to just take it to you because you're a little different than the other panel in terms of the visual storytelling that kind of embraces a lot of the technology that we use today. And one thing I admire about the work that you do is that you really do it to reach the young minds, right? And they always say like, hey, if you want to make an impact, you got to get them when they're kids, learn them while they're young, right? And so that's something I really appreciate about what you do with Nihi. And how do you think that kind of sets you apart? And also maybe any similarities you have to other artists who are maybe like more traditional in the art that they're doing?
I mean, I think storytelling is a traditional art that is just transferred mediums, right? So, and in a lot of ways, it's like you can be a writer, you can write stories, you can tell them on screen. That's something that is still a traditional practice, but kind of shifting it over to media, I think it's just a necessity. And I forgot what the question was.
Yeah, it wasn't really a question, but you're right. I mean, storytelling it's probably the oldest art, right? But you're doing it in a way where, let's just talk about like platforms, right? So you got this message, you got these stories that you want to put out, but embracing the medium, right? That's something that you definitely do different to get your message out.
So I think, I mean, Nihi definitely has a solid intention behind it, which is to equip the next generation as protectors by reconnecting to land, language, uplifting Indigenous voices, amplifying stories and issues. Outside of Nihi, I don't know if my art is as, like the most recent film that I made, I don't know if it's as intentional in that way. But yeah, Nihi definitely has we have a mission, right? So a very clear mission, and the media that we create, we really think about, is this something that is going to equip future generations to be better protectors, or to face the issues of climate change and militarization and land grabbing and all of those things. So we definitely have a mission to fulfill. And media is just a tool that helps us to do that.
Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Well, thank you so much, one and all, for being with us. And we really are looking forward to it tomorrow, right, Dr. Keeling?
Yes, it's tomorrow, and you can get on through our Facebook page. You could also register through Eventbrite. If you just go to Humanities Guahan Art and Sovereignty. And we'll begin at 11 o'clock, go to 12:30, so you'll get to hear more from these great Chamorro artists, which also includes Dr. Taitano. She's also an artist. She's a carver. So, and then Carrie Ann will be joining us as well. So it'll be more of this great conversation that we're having right now.
Nice.
All right. Thank
That was a little Chessa for you guys.
Pleasure, Chris.
Right on, always. See you guys.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Kara, nice seeing you.
Jason, take it easy. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Rick, thank you. Doc, thank you. All right, there you go.
Well, you know what is coming up tonight, Chris?
What is coming up tonight, Jason?
One Micronesia podcast
Yeah.
with Rick, and he is talking to say accomplished would be a massive understatement, because he is talking to one of the members in the state of Hawaii. He's talking to Shanti Sigral Asher. She is a member of the Hawaii State Board of Education. She's also on the COVID-19 task force for USA, and she is probably most importantly the Kosraean Women's Association president.
Nice.
So here's a sneak peek of what you're going to see on tonight's One Micronesia podcast.
And it's all brought to you by Taco Bell right here on the link. Dong!
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas. Hot day, guys, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. Now, recently we celebrated International Women's Day, so this week's podcast I wanted to focus on that. So here on the podcast with me is a lady who wears so many hats in Hawaii and does so much for the FAS or COFA citizens who live in Hawaii. Check it out. And I'm talking about International Women's Day. You talked about it right at the top of our podcast, but I wanted to hear more of what you think about it and what it meant to you.
Yeah, it truly is an important day for all women across the world. It doesn't matter where you're at, but celebrating Women's Day is definitely a memorable occasion and deserving. We will all agree it is very well deserved. There are so much we are still challenged with, yet so much progress and many achievements to celebrate. And that's why this day is really important. And definitely a big shout out to all the trailblazers who have paved the way for many of us to follow suit. What is equally important for me, because it allows me a time to also reflect on accomplishments and thank other people and other women figures that have, stood by, like my mom, my grandma, and all of my aunties who really fought through, because their time was a lot different than our time, this generation. It is also a time to see how I, as a woman, can improve. And that's one thing that I wanted to really highlight, because while we did progress and we had a lot of achievements, it is also good to reflect on what we've done and maybe areas of improvement, because we do it, try to get better every day. One thing is that we have to acknowledge that while the movement is slow, to be part of decision-making roles, there are already women that are in those places. We also have to always keep a balance between, culture, religion, and ensuring that we are working stronger together with the fellow leadership. And I'm mostly referring to men who are leading our country. So it's really keeping that balance.
Shanti, I want to close out here. With the podcast here, we have so many viewers, and most of them, and I know, are young Micronesian women and girls who are right now, they're listening and they're hearing your story today, and they're feeling inspired to follow in your footsteps or to pursue in other greater goals, whichever goals they set. So what would you tell them?
Thank you. I just want all of them to know that they are a lot smarter, a lot more resilient, and a lot ready than when I began my journey. And I'm saying all of this because you all are raised in a time that is a lot challenging, but you're still there pursuing school. And I know that you are far more capable than you think you are. And, always remember that the doors are unlocked. You need to open them. If you don't open them, you will not know what's on the other side. So really be proud. First, be proud of where you come from. Being a Micronesian is a powerful thing. A Micronesian woman, a Micronesian girl. Represent your family and know that you are ready to take on whatever you want to take on. You can become a doctor, an attorney, an engineer, whatever you set your mind to. And know that we're here. You have a lot of women who are ready to support you because we know that was needed when we started our journey.
Don't forget to catch the full podcast tonight on KUAM TV 8 at 6:30, and then tomorrow, Saturday, on the KUAM News Facebook page. My name is Victorious. You guys continue to have a great and awesome one. Peace! The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell.
Thank you so much, Victorious Falan, for the great work that he's done with the One Micronesia podcast. So proud to be involved with Vic and everybody that he's brought on to that awesome and uniting podcast. Remember, at the time that Vic launched this podcast, our community was just so divided, and it was just because of a lot of issues. But at the time, I remember it was the machete attacks in Manila, right? Remember that? You guys remember that? And we had all these village meetings, and people were coming out, and they were really just expressing their opinions about just the state of our community. But what was interesting to me was that you had people from all the different communities that make up the people of Guam come out and chime in. And I really felt like what had started as an incident that definitely could divide so many ended up uniting a lot of us, because we went from that to this pandemic. And as you guys know, this pandemic doesn't care if you're Chukis, Kashrayan, Pompey, Chamorro, Howley, or what. We just kind of had to get together. And this podcast, to me, it's inspirational, it's influential, and it's my favorite local podcast. So thank you so much, Vic, for One Micronesia. Good job, Sabrina. Jason, we're way over. Those guys are clocked out already. They're working on the show for tonight. We got your back with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. Joe, sir, good job. I also want to thank our sponsors at East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. My name is Chris, and this has been the Friday, March 12th episode of The Link right here on The Breeze, okay? You guys be safe. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday, where we're going to continue our look back at the last year of life under COVID-19. That's coming up Monday on The Link. Guosi Chris, está, adios!
Tacos and music, the perfect combination. Catch the best.